asa
pantang meninggalkan api
dan pantang meninggalkan api situasi dan kondisi apapun.
4. Sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah, senantiasa taat dan patuh kepada pimpinan organisasi, bahwa ketidaksetiaan kepada pimpinan organisasi adalah suatu bentuk pengkhianatan kepada organisasi dan pasti dipertanggungjawabkan di hadapan Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah taat atau kepada pimpinan organisasi, bahwa ketidaksetiaan pada pimpinan organisasi adalah suatu bentuk pengkhianatan kepada organisasi dan pasti dipertanggungjawabkan di hadapan Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dengan demikian maka telah resmi Bapak Ibu dikukuhkan menjadi pengurus ADPI tingkat pusat dan wilayah, dan sekaligus telah membaca sumpah jabatan di hadapan kita bersama. Berikut ini kami sampaikan struktur jabatan pengurus pusat. Ya, Bapak Ibu bisa baca. Dr. M. Zaim M.Hum, Ketua Dewan Pembina Dr. Muhammad Ridwan, Dewan Pembina ADPI Prof. Indah Susilowati, MSc PhD, Profesor Dr. Hajah Sri Sulistiawati SH, MSc PhD, dan Associate Profesor Dr. Saliman M.Hum. Wakil Ketua 1 ADPI Jauhari SEMM, Wakil Ketua 2 Yosa Novia Dewi SPD, Bendahara Umum Elis Trisnawati SSI MPD, Wakil Bendahara Umum Refni Widyastuti, dan Sekretaris Umum Shirley Francisca SPD MPD, Wakil Sekretaris Umum Dr. Norman Ahmad M. SOS SI. Kemudian ada koordinator wilayah ADPI bagian barat adalah Pak Jamilullah SPD MSI, koordinator Indonesia bagian tengah Arif Widianto MSA, dan koordinator FI bagian timur adalah Zulkarnain Hamson SOS MSI. Koordinator Humas ADPI adalah Dr. Ruki Maspuri SE MSI. Kemudian Humas ADPI Indonesia Tengah Dr. Sudir Martinus Bambang Setiarto, Humas ADPI Indonesia bagian Barat Abdul Wafa Muhammad Eskom MKOM, dan Humas ADPI Indonesia bagian Timur Dr. Abdul Ghafur Matuki SPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alamin. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Yang kita hormati Bapak Wakil Gubernur, kalau beliau bergabung di sini Bapak Nasr Abid, kalau hadir bersama-sama dengan kita. Assalamualaikum Pak. Dan yang berbahagia dan kita banggakan Bapak Profesor Dr. M. Zaim M.Hum sebagai Ketua PKM Indonesia atau ADPI. Beliau adalah guru besar di Universitas Negeri Padang, pengurus daripada ADPI yang hadir pada kesempatan hari ini. Ada bendahara, saya lihat ada Ketua Dewan Pembina ya Pak Dr. Muhammad Ridwan dari UPI, dan juga seluruh perangkat ataupun seluruh pimpinan daripada ADPI yang berbahagia, dan tentunya kami sapa seluruh peserta seminar yang berada di seluruh Indonesia dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Kami yakin itu karena dosen kita ini dari Sabang sampai Merauke, terutama yang aktif dalam asosiasi dosen pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Pertama tentu kita bersyukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala karena pagi hari ini di tengah-tengah kewaspadaan terhindar dari COVID-19, kita alhamdulillah sehat dan bisa beraktivitas seperti yang kita laksanakan pada pagi hari ini. The first seminar nasional webinar ADPI mengabdi untuk negeri dapat kita laksanakan. Mudah-mudahan Ini menjadi sebuah amal baik bagi kita semua dan menjadi contoh bagi kawan-kawan lain dalam kondisi apapun kita tetap terus berkinerja sesuai dengan bidang tugas kita. Salawat dan salam juga kita kepada Nabi besar Muhammad SAW. Dan kemudian tentu setelah kami ucapkan selamat, saya juga berterima kasih kepada yang telah mengundang kami untuk hadir di sini bersama-sama untuk membuka acara yang kita banggakan ini. Si dosen yang bergerak, saya melihat bahwa memang dosen lah yang menjadi ujung tombak dari perguruan tinggi ini. Dan pengalaman saya dalam mengelola perguruan tinggi swasta, kalau dosen itu bergerak, apapun yang dikatakan oleh pimpinan, apapun dikatakan oleh yayasan, nah ya, tetap dia tidak akan bergerak. Jadi benar-benar dosen adalah orang-orang penggerak di perguruan tinggi dan sekarang digerakkan untuk lebih fokus kepada pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Dan kalau kita lihat memang masing-masing kita ini memiliki passion tersendiri. Jarang orang yang tiga-tiganya mantap. Maksud saya adalah dia hebat dalam pengajaran, dia hebat dalam penelitian, dan dia juga hebat dalam pengabdian masyarakat. Dalam artian mereka memiliki passion yang ketiga-tiga. Kalaupun ada tentu sangat outstanding orangnya, tapi yang kita perhatikan tetap ada passion kita ataupun majority ataupun kebanyakan aktivitas kita itu adalah bidang tertentu ataupun satu dari tridharma yang kita miliki. Dan memang kalau kita perhatikan secara statistik, kegiatan ataupun aktivitas dosen yang ada di pengabdian masyarakat ini relatif boleh dikatakan kalah dibandingkan dengan yang lain. Dan ini tentu ada sebabnya. Barangkali ini sebuah juga bagi kita, bagi tugas kita, terutama dari AKPI, bagaimana benar-benar meningkatkan kawan-kawan keaktifannya di bidang pengabdian masyarakat.
Iya, saya rasa ucapkan selamat dulu lah. Kalau memang ada asosiasi, apalagi ini asosiasi dosen ya, pengabdi Indonesia. Karena sekarang ini kan kita sangat butuh. Kalau di dalam rangka kami katakan di provinsi ini kan butuh tenaga-tenaga yang ahli, yang membantu bisa partisipasi dalam daerah ini. Dan juga kan kalau tenaga ahli daerah ini kan orang-orang yang punya pemikiran, yang punya berbagai macam ilmu disiplin ilmu ya, dan provinsi itu kami ucapkan selamat. Dan nanti jika seandainya ada kerjasama, ada masalah, kita juga dari sini kepala biro kerjasama jadi mereka nanti bisa dilihat di sektor apa saja untuk pengabdian masyarakat.
Saja kami ciurikan supaya Bapak Ibu nantinya dalam hal membeli jamu, dalam menggunakan herbal-herbal yang sekarang banyak di pasaran, itu bagaimana intinya
Pada pagi hari ini berkaitan dengan pengabdian masyarakat, itu yang saya kira ini adalah bagian yang tidak terpisahkan dari ADPI Pusat, Provinsi, Jawa Tengah.
Kalau kita kaitkan dengan kegiatan pariwisata, tentunya misalnya bagaimana membuat tourism destinations to develop and to try and spread tourism across.
First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the committee of this CSLI for inviting me as a speaker in this.
And its communication process are central to broader empowerment practices through which people are able to arrive at their own understanding of issues, to consider
Conference on Research and Development di Asosiasi Dosen PKN Indonesia kita and all participants ladies and gentlemen.
Nanti 7 orang baru buka dalam kunci.
Pada hari ini akan mengusulkan pembahasan yang sehingga dengan demikian organisasi kita dengan lancar. Baiklah Bapak Ibu sekalian, izinkan saya untuk mengukuhkan kepengurusan periode 2019-2023 ini. Pada hari ini, Jumat 17 Juli 2020, akan dilakukan pengukuhan dan sumpah jabatan yang dihadiri oleh Dewan Pengawas, Dewan Pembina, pengurus pusat, dan pengurus di 28 wilayah provinsi se-Indonesia. Dengan menyebut nama Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala dan menyatakan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nama-nama terlampir, yaitu yang berjumlah 95 nama, dengan rincian 18 pengurus pusat dan 77 pengurus wilayah provinsi dikukuhkan sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus di 28 wilayah provinsi se-Indonesia. Semoga memegang jabatan, selamat memegang jabatan. Semoga amanah. Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, selanjutnya kami ingin membacakan sumpah jabatan karena ini terkait dengan amanah yang diberikan pada kita untuk menjalankan kepengurusan ini. Oleh karena itu, mohon Bapak Ibu apa yang saya sampaikan dengan mengulangi apa yang saya sampaikan sehingga sama-sama kita mengucapkan sumpah ini. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Dengan memohon ridho, rahmat dan maghfirah Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Dengan memohon
ridho, rahmat dan maghfirah Allah Subhanahu wa taala.
Saya bersumpah. Menyerahkan diri menjadi pengurus pusat bagi yang diangkat dari pusat.
Menyerahkan diri menjadi pengurus wilayah Asosiasi
Pengurus wilayah Asosiasi Dosen PKM Indonesia.
Pengurus wilayah Asosiasi Dosen.
Dua, pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah senantiasa berpegang teguh pada nilai Dharma Perguruan Tinggi, anggaran dasar dan anggaran rumah tangga, norma serta cinta tanah air dan bangsa.
Sebagai wilayah senantiasa
Tiga, sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah dalam menjalankan tugas dan kewajiban organisasi, pantang berputus asa, pantang menyerah, dan pantang meninggalkan arti dalam situasi dan kondisi apapun.
Sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah dalam menjalankan tugas dan kewajiban organisasi, pantang meninggalkan arti dalam
meninggalkan arti situasi dan kondisi apapun.
4. Sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah senantiasa taat dan patuh kepada pimpinan organisasi, bahwa ketidaksetiaan kepada pimpinan organisasi adalah suatu bentuk pengkhianatan kepada organisasi dan pasti dipertanggungjawabkan di hadapan Allah Subhanahu wa taala.
Sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah taat atas pembahasan organisasi, bahwa ketidaksetiaan pada pimpinan organisasi adalah suatu bentuk pengkhianatan kepada organisasi dan dipertanggungjawabkan di hadapan Allah Subhanahu wa taala.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dengan demikian maka telah resmi Bapak Ibu dikukuhkan satu pusat dan wilayah dan sekaligus telah membaca sumpah jabatan di hadapan kita bersama. Berikut ini kami sampaikan struktur jabatan pengurus pusat. Ya Bapak Ibu bisa baca. Umum, Dr. M. Zain M.Hum, Ketua Dewan Pembina, Dr. Muhammad Ridwan, Dewan Pembina ADPI, Prof. Indah Kusilowati, MSc PhD, Profesor Dr. Hajah Sri Sulistiawati SH, MSc PhD, dan Associate Profesor Dr. Soirman M.Hum. Wakil Ketua 1 ADPI Jauhari SEMM, Wakil Ketua 2 Yosa Novia Dewi SPD, Bendara Umum Elis Krisnawati SSI MPD, Wakil Bendara Umum Refni Widya Stuti, dan Sekretaris Umum Shirley Francisca SPD MPD, Wakil Sekretaris Umum Dr. Nurman Ahmad M. Sos SC. Kemudian ada koordinator-koordinator untuk wilayah aktif bagian barat adalah Pak Jamilullah SPD MSI. Koordinator Indonesia bagian tengah Arif Widiatma MSA, dan koordinator FD bagian timur adalah Zulkarnain Hamson SOS MSI. Koordinator Humas ADBI adalah Dr. Mas Ruki Maspuri. Kemudian Humas di Indonesia Tengah, Dr. Musyidil Martinus Bambang Setiarto. Humas ADBI Indonesia bagian Barat, Abdul Wafa Muhammad Nur, Dr. Abdul Mahdi MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Alamin. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Yang kita hormati Bapak Wakil Gubernur yang bergabung di sini, Bapak Anas Amin, dan yang berbahagia dan kita banggakan Ibu dosen beliau adalah guru besar di Universitas Negeri Padang, Ibu pengurus daripada ADBI yang hadir pada kesempatan hari ini, ada Bendahara Syariat, ada Ketua Dewan Pembina ya, Pak Ridwan dari UPI, dan juga seluruh perangkat ataupun seluruh peserta seminar yang berada di seluruh Indonesia dari Sabang dalam asosiasi tur Allah Subhanahu wa taala, karena pada pagi hari ini di tengah-tengah kewaspadaan terhindar dari COVID-19, kita alhamdulillah sehat dan beraktivitas seperti yang kita laksanakan pada pagi hari ini. The first seminar nasional webinar ADBI mengabdi untuk negeri dapat kita laksanakan. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi sebuah amal baik bagi kita semua dan menjadi contoh bagi kawan-kawan lain dalam kondisi apapun. Kita tetap terus berkinerja sesuai dengan bidang tugas kita. Salawat dan salam juga kita aturkan kepada Nabi besar Muhammad SAW. Dan kemudian tentu setelah kami ucapkan selamat, saya juga berterima kasih kepada pimpinan ADBI ataupun panitia yang telah mengundang kami untuk hadir di sini bersama-sama untuk membuka acara yang kita banggakan ini, seminar pertama webinar ADBI mengabdi untuk negeri. Kami tentu sebagai pembina perguruan tinggi sangat bangga dengan kegiatan ini, apalagi ini adalah asosiasi dosen yang bergerak. Saya melihat bahwa memang dosenlah yang menjadi ujung tombak dari perguruan tinggi ini. Dan pengalaman saya dalam mengelola perguruan tinggi swasta, kalau dosen itu bergerak, maka bergerak seluruhnya. Tapi kalau dosen tidak bergerak, apapun yang dikatakan oleh pimpinan, apapun dikatakan dari benar-benar, dosen adalah orang yang bergerak di perguruan tinggi dan sekarang digerakkan untuk lebih fokus kepada pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Dan kalau kita lihat memang masing-masing kita ini memiliki passion tersendiri. Jarang orang yang tiga-tiganya mantap. Maksud saya adalah dia hebat dalam pengajaran, dia hebat dalam pendidikan, dan dia juga hebat dalam pengabdian masyarakat. Dalam artian mereka memiliki passion yang ketiga-tiga. Kalaupun ada tentu sangat outstanding orangnya, tapi yang kita perhatikan tetap ada passion kita ataupun majority ataupun kebanyakan aktivitas kita itu adalah bidang tertentu ataupun satu dari tridharma yang kita miliki. Dan memang kalau kita perhatikan secara statistik, kegiatan ataupun aktivitas dosen yang ada di pengabdian masyarakat ini relatif boleh dikatakan kalah dibandingkan dengan yang lain, dan ini tentu ada sebabnya. Barangkali ini sebuah apa juga bagi kita, bagi tugas kita terutama dari ANPI, bagaimana benar-benar meningkatkan kawan-kawan yang aktifnya di bidang pengabdian masyarakat.
Iya, saya rasa ucapkan selamat dulu lah kalau memang ada asosiasi, apalagi ini asosiasi dosen ya, pengabdi se-Indonesia, karena sekarang ini kan kita sangat butuh. Kalau di dalam rangka kami katakan di provinsi ini kan butuh tenaga-tenaga yang ahli, yang membantu bisa partisipasi dalam pembangunan daerah ini. Dan juga kan kalau tenaga ahli yang ini kan orang-orang yang punya pikiran, yang punya berbagai macam ilmu disiplin ilmu yang dari seluruh provinsi itu butuh itu. Dan kami ucapkan selamat, dan nanti jika seandainya akan ada kerjasama, ada masalah kita juga dari sini kapal biro kerjasama atau berkembang. Saya sama mereka nanti bisa dilihat di sektor apa saja pengabdian
saja kami pilihkan supaya Bapak Ibu nantinya dalam hal membeli jamu, dalam menggunakan herbal-herbal yang sekarang banyak di pasaran, itu bagaimana ciri-cirinya?
Dan pagi hari ini berkaitan dengan pengabdian masyarakat, saya kira ini adalah bagian yang tidak terpisahkan dari ADPI pusat, provinsi.
Research and Development di Asosiasi Dosen PKN Indonesia, DIY, mau berhadapan.
Keluar namanya.
Good morning, everyone. Is my voice audible? All right, thank you. All right, attention please. The agenda will begin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. The Honorable PICS of Directors General of Higher Education, Research and Technologies of Republic of Indonesia, Professor Insinyur Nizam MSc, DIC PhD, IPU, SNN, the Honorable Presidents of Associations of Community Service Lecturers of Indonesia, and also the chairs of committees of the first International Conference on Research and Development, Professor Dr. M. Zain M. Hu, the Honorable Chiefs of Coordinator Programs of the Associations of Community Service Lecturers of Indonesia, Yosa Novia Dewi, SPD, MPD, the Honorable Vice Chairs of Committee of the First International Conference on Research and Development, Dr. Abdul Ghafur Marzuki, MPD, the Honorable Keynote Speaker today, Professor Noel Scott, PhD, from University of Sunshine Coast, Australia, our invited speaker, Professor Enkela Delulaj, PhD, from University Haji Zeka, Peja State of Kosovo, Dr. Dragan Zopanos from Faculties of Agriculture Sciences and Food, Macedonia, Cyril Methodist University, Skopje, Macedonia, Dr. Sahruddin Muhammad Syam, PhD, University Putra Malaysia, Malaysia, and Dr. Insinyur Suciana Wijirahayu, MPD, from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka, Indonesia. The committees, ADPI members, presenters, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, we would like to thank God for the blessing so that we can gather here to attend the wonderful occasion, the first International Conference on Research and Development, which is held by the Associations of Community Service Lecturers of Indonesia, the 27th of November, 2021. On behalf of the committee, it is my great pleasures and also my honors to be able to extend our warmest welcome to you all, especially to the Honorable PICs of Directors General of Higher Education, Research and Technology Republic of Indonesia, Presidents of the Associations of Community Service Lecturers of Indonesia, and our great keynote speaker and also invited speaker. Allow me, Eva Santiana from Siloam University, who will be the one who is in charge of guiding you all in the opening ceremony, keynote speaker session, and invited speaker session as your moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, the Associations of Community Service Lecturers of Indonesia is unifying association in service activities and improving the professionalism of lecturers. The association vision is to become a largest association in Southeast Asia in the education and improvements of lecturers' professionalism based on faith and devotion to God Almighty. Our membership has spread across 32 provinces throughout Indonesia, from Aceh to Papua, with central management in Padang, West Sumatra, and region in 32 provinces. ACSLI has collected 1,000 state and private university lecturers from hundreds of institutions throughout Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, in implementing the three dharma of higher education related to education, research, and community service and development network to improve the qualities of human resources, we proudly present the first international conference on research and development, with the theme Digital Society 5.0, Research Result Enhancement and Utilization. And we have already categorized into several subthemes. The first is Law and Humanities Studies. The second, Education, Social Sciences and Humanities. Third, Accounting Management and Creative Economy. Fourth, Health. Fifth, Science, Technology and Communication. Sixth, Agriculture and Forestry. Seven, Animal Science and Fisheries. This conference will be held for 2 days and from the 27th to the 28th of November 2021, carried out through a Zoom meeting and also YouTube live streaming. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first international conference on research and development aims to increase synergy in research and community service activities throughout Indonesia and abroad. Second, establish collaboration among stakeholders, especially between the Ministries of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, and IDVI in contributing applying research results of lectures to be used by many people through community service. Three, recommend a policy to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology in effort to improve the applications of lecture research results for community involvement through community service activity in all preferences in Indonesia in order to provide some recommendation for solution for regional development and improving community welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, in this special morning, we have several agenda. The first is the opening ceremony, which includes opening, singing national anthem Indonesia Raya, praying, the opening speech, and welcoming speech. The second agenda is the keynote speaker section, and the third agenda is the invited speaker section. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's open this agenda by reciting Basmalah together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda, singing national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, are pleased to take your position. Ladies and gentlemen, we do hope our event will run well. Therefore, let's pray together for the success and smooth running of this event, which will be held by Dr. Dalmali MAG from Universitas Indraprasta PGRI. Please.
Thank you everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Marilah untuk keheningan kita di pagi hari ini, untuk mendapatkan berkahnya kita berdoa, menundukkan kepala, merenungkan dan serta memanjatkan kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, agar the International Conference Research and Development yang akan kita laksanakan pagi ini diberkati oleh Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Doa ini akan saya sampaikan dengan secara Islam bagi saudara-saudara kita yang beragama Hindu, Buddha, Konghucu, Kristen maupun Katolik. Mohon untuk dapat menyesuaikan menurut kepercayaan agamanya masing-masing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wa mursalin wa ala alihi rasulillahi ajmain. Allahumma ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, dengan mengucapkan puji berserta syukur kehadirat-Mu hingga tiada henti-hentinya kami memuja dan membesarkan, memuji kebesaran-Mu dan keagungan-Mu, serta atas segala rahmat dan karunia-Mu yang telah Engkau berikan dan limpahkan kepada kami pada hari ini hingga esok hari dengan penuh keakraban dan kebahagiaan. Semoga hadirnya kami di tempat yang penuh berkah dan rasa aman dan nyaman ini, Engkau limpahkan kepada kami berkat ridho-Mu dengan acara International Conference yang akan kami laksanakan ini. Ya Allah, ya Muhaimin, ya Salam, ya Tuhan kami. International Conference ini akan sangat berarti dan punya makna yang besar sekali bagi kami di dalam mengembangkan riset dan pengabdian kami kepada nusa dan bangsa yang tercinta ini, terutama menjalin hubungan silaturahmi antar sesama manusia, sesama makhluk yang terbaik yang telah Engkau ciptakan dari semua makhluk ciptaan-Mu ya Tuhan. Engkau hadirkan kepada kami di sini tidak lain hanyalah untuk sekaligus meningkatkan kompetensi kami di bidang pendidikan, penelitian, pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang tentunya sesuai dengan kompetensi kami, bidang kami, dan keahlian kami. Ya Allah yang Maha Kudus, ya Allah yang Maha Salam, penentu masa depan. Masa depan adalah milik semua generasi penerus kami. Jadikan kami sebagai generasi yang beriman, bertakwa, dan hormat kepada orang tua kami, kepada para pendahulu kami, kepada sejarah-sejarawan kami, kepada generasi yang berkualitas, yang akan membawa bangsa ini menjadi bangsa yang punya tingkat kemajuan, punya peradaban, punya karakter, yang tiada harapan dan dambaan kepada kami, melainkan harapan agar berkah dan ridha-Mu senantiasa menyertai kami. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, dengan akan terlaksananya International Conference ini, kiranya Engkau dapat melimpahkan pengetahuan, kekuatan kepada kami untuk membangun karakter, untuk membangun tradisi keilmuan, untuk membangun tradisi pengabdian kepada masyarakat, yang akan membuat kami senantiasa melakukan inovasi demi pengabdian bagi negeri ini ya Allah. Rabbana hablana min azwajina wa dzurriyyatina waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, step on the following agenda is the opening speech. Will be delivered by the presidents of the Association of Community Service Lecturers of Indonesia and also the chairs of the committees of the first International Conference on Research and Development 2021, Professor Dr. M. Zain Anhum. And before delivering his speech, I would like to read his short biography. Professor Dr. M. Zain Anhum is the youngest professor at Padang State University, who was appointed as a professor in 2003 when he was 42 years old. He was born in Pekalongan in 1961, and Professor Dr. M. Zain Anhum got his master's degree from Universities of Indonesia in 1993 and a doctorate degree from Universities of Tasmania, Australia in 1998. He was the youngest doctor at the time at Padang State University, and most of his research are in linguistic and language education, especially English. He was appointed as the head of education office in Padang Panjang city from 2004 and the heads of quality assurance in education, LPMP West Sumatra Province, and the deans of faculties of language and art, Padang State University, for 2 periods. And currently he is serving as the head of doctorate studies program in language teaching science, Padang State University. And he is also active in writing scientific books and formulating public policy in West Sumatra Province. Moreover, he is actively involved in national and also international conference as a keynote speaker. He has also gained the Ministries of Research, Technology and Higher Education Competitive Grant Research Fund from 2008 until now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the president of the Association of Community Service Lecturers of Indonesia, the Honorable Professor Dr. M. Zain Amru. The Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you, Santiana. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Asyhadu la ilaha illallah wa la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'da. Your Excellency, the Director General of Higher Education, Bapak Profesor Insinyur Nizam, MSc, PhD, Honorable the keynote speaker, Professor Noel Scott, PhD, from the University of Sunshine Coast, Australia, distinguished the invited speakers, Professor Enkelada Lulaj, PhD, from University of Sanksi, Zeka Peja State of Kosovo, Dr. Dragan Jovanov, from University of Kiril I Metodic, Macedonia, Dr. Shaharuddin Muhammad Sham, PhD, from University Putra Malaysia, Dr. Insinyur Suciana Wijrahayu, MPD, from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Dr. Hamka, Indonesia, distinguished parallel speaker, ADPI committee and members, ladies and gentlemen. Let us praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for all the blessing given to us so that we can gather here virtually in this great conference. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala grant us with help and strength. Amin Ya Rabbal Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, the Association of Indonesian Community Lecturer, we usually call as Asosiasi Dosen Pengabdian Masyarakat Indonesia or ADPI, is a professional organization whose members are spread across 32 provinces in Indonesia with various expertise related to the scientific field they are involved in higher education. ADPI has an extensive network with various universities in Indonesia, both state and private universities, local government, and various business and industrial sectors to collaborate in carrying out research and community service activity as a form of concern for higher education lecturers on the development of science, technology, and phenomena that occur in people's life in Indonesia. ADPI is a unifying association in community service activities and improving the professionalism of lecturers. ADPI was established on 27 October 2017. Its vision is to become the largest association in Southeast Asia in the field of dedication and improvement of lecturer professionalism based on faith and devotion to God Almighty. ADPI missions are to organize quality community service programs in various fields of science, technology, and art, to organize research activities in various fields of science, technology, and art, to organize programs to increase the publication of scientific writing activities for lecturers both nationally and internationally, to improve the skills, quality, professionalism, and welfare of lecturers who are the members of the association, and to develop extensive partnership and network in Southeast Asian countries. Until now, ADPI's member has spread from Aceh to Papua, with a central in Padang and regional management in every provinces in Indonesia. All ADPI members are lecturers from various fields of science that are relevant to the need of the life of Indonesian people, state, and nation. All the ADPI members are experts who understand the problem faced by the nation and state and try to find the solution to the problem they face. Lecturers at various universities are ones who always participate and play an active role in the development of science, technology, and art, as well as changes in social and cultural phenomena in various aspects of people's lives. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the conference today is Digital Society 5.0, Research Result Enhancement and Utilization, which is very relevant to the purpose of research and community service activity by universities. Society 5.0 is a human-centered society that balances economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and physical space. It follows the hunting society that we call Society 1.0, and agricultural society, Society 2.0, industrial society, Society 3.0, and information society, Society 4.0. Society 5.0 achieved a high degree of convergence between cyberspace, or we can call that virtual space, and physical space, the real space that we live. In the past information society, people would access a cloud service as the database in cyberspace through the internet and search for, retrieve, and analyze information or data. In Society 5.0, a huge amount of information from sensors in physical space is accumulated in cyberspace. And in cyberspace, this big data is analyzed by artificial intelligence, and the analysis results are feedback to human in physical space in various forms. In the past information society, the common practice was to collect information via network and have it analyzed by human. In Society 5.0, however, people, things, and systems are all connected in cyberspace, and optimal result obtained by artificial intelligence exceeding the capability of humans are fed back to physical space. This process brings new value to industry and society in ways not previously possible. Ladies and gentlemen, the millennial generation is closely related to the Society 5.0. This revolution focuses on the pattern of digitalization and automation in all aspects of human life. However, many parties are not aware of these changes, especially among educators. Even though all that is the challenge of today's young generation or millennial generation, the millennial generation has its own challenges facing the era of digital revolution. They grow and developed through education. So education become a vehicle for millennial generation development. For this reason, competent human resources are needed as asset for millennial generation development process that is ready for problem and challenges. Human resource development become an important part of the educational development process for millennial generation. There are at least 5 human resource development domains which is considered important in the development of human resource in education. The 5 domains are professionalism, competitive power, functional, competent, participatory advantage, and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the digital revolution is at its peak today with the birth of digital technology that has a massive impact on human life around the world. The latest industrial revolution encouraged automation system in all process activities. Massive internet technology not only connect millions of people around the world, but has also become the basis for online trade and transportation transaction. The emergence of online transportation business such as Gojek and Grab demonstrate the integration of human activity with information technology and the economy to be increasing. The development of autonomous vehicle technology, drones, social media application, biotechnology, nanotechnology increasingly emphasize that the world and human life have changed fundamentally. Ladies and gentlemen, in connection with that, university as academic community must carry out synergy with various stakeholders to carry out research and community service so that people can achieve a prosperous life. Community service, as stated in Permendikbud number 3, 2020, is an activity of the academic community that utilize science and technology to advance the welfare of the community and educate the nation life. So the target of achieving community service is to achieve community welfare. The result of community service is solving problem faced by the community by utilizing the expertise of the relevant academic community, the use of appropriate technology, science technology development material, or teaching material, or training module for enrichment of learning resources. Community service is the form of disseminating the result of higher education research, which is implemented through various community service activities to support the independence of the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, as the president of the Association of Indonesian Community Service Lecturer, I would like to thank to the Director General of Higher Education, Bapak Profesor Insinyur Nizam, MSc, PhD. We also express our gratitude to Professor Noel Scott, PhD, as the keynote speakers of this conference, and also to the plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Enkeleda Rujai, Dr. Dragon Javanov, Dr. Shaharuddin Muhammad Salam, PhD, and Dr. Insinyur Suciana Wirahayu, MPD. We have taken the time to deliver the presentation at this conference. Furthermore, we would like to express our gratitude to the conference organizing committee, the Association of Community Service Lecturers of Indonesia, ADPI, that has prepared and organized this conference. Hopefully, this conference will be useful for all of us in dealing with the life in the era of Society 5.0, as well as in the new normal era as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. We hope that all of us are always healthy and protected from the COVID-19 outbreak by keeping distance, wearing masks, and washing our hands with running water using soap. To the Honorable, the Director General of Higher Education, Bapak Profesor Insinyur Nizam MSc PhD, we hope his willingness to give forward speech and open this seminar officially. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the Honorable PICS of Director Generals of Higher Education, Research and Technologies of Republic of Indonesia to deliver a welcome speech and also to officially open this international seminar. The Honorable Professor Insinyur Nizam, MSc, DIC, PhD, IPO, SNM, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, salam sehat, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Distinguished speakers and all participants to the first international conference on research and development and the Asosiasi Dosen PKM Indonesia, ADPI, and all participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate ADPI for hosting this interesting seminar, the first international conference on research and development for 2021. Please allow me to share screen. To share with you the recent development in education, research, and community development in Indonesia and the movement of Bangga Buatan Indonesia. That means proud of our own product. Just a reflections. 26 years ago, on the 10th of August 1995, we are quite proud with the 15 flights of the first airplane developed by Indonesian scientists and engineers. And this is the milestones, important milestones for the directions of research and technological development in Indonesia, where research and development should be aimed at improving the industry development in our country. And now we are facing a challenge as well as opportunity by the fact that now the global economy is shifting to Asia. 21st century is the Asian century. Now more than 50% of global economy is in Asia. So Asian productivity and Asian growth is really our opportunity. And at the same time, we see that many of the ASEAN countries is entering the demographic dividend. So we should not miss this opportunity in making use of the demographic dividend with the Asian century opportunity. And for that, the higher education is very important because higher education has three major roles through educations to prepare future leader, future human capital who are productive, competitive, and of course well-being. And second, through research in developing new knowledge, new technology, and scientific development that will be the backbone for the growth in business, industry, economy, and the society. And thirdly, in Indonesia especially, we have what we call community development, pengabdian kepada masyarakat, as part of university duty to be relevant to the society. So through these three dharma or three main role of universities, we expect university as an engine for sustained growth and to prepare creative and competitive human capital and the backbone for innovation-driven economy. First, to prepare the human resource, this is a brief statistic of Indonesia higher education arena. We have more than 4,600 higher education institutions, catering for currently 8.7 million students. And there are more than 300,000 lecturers, professors, and close to 30,000 study programs. So it's a huge system. And currently we are facing with the Industrial Revolution 4.0, where the disruption from the technology shape our profession. 23 million jobs will be replaced by automations, by smart system, by robotics, while the opportunities of new jobs created by the new technology, the new industrial revolutions, is double the number of the job losses. But many of those new jobs are not yet available now. So it is important for our university to prepare for skills and competencies that is not yet known, not yet available today. So we have to create graduate which is more adaptive, more agile, self-directed, entrepreneurial, as well as have the knowledge of the 21st century literacies. And multidisciplinary approach is a must to answer more complex problems in the society, and global citizenships as important part of that. And we do not want to see our higher education system as a broken link between education and the professional world. We have to make sure that this is a strong link between university and industry. So we have to link together between university and industry and community to work together in preparing future talents. So we transform our universities, our study programs from a silo perspective into more flexible and adaptive learning by providing students with flexibility in taking subjects not only from their major study program, but they can also take subject from different disciplines, up to 1 semester or 20 credit, and up to 2 semester or 40 credit to take off-campus activities. Those off-campus activities can be student exchange, internships, teaching in schools for those aspire to be teachers, research, project, humanitarian activities, entrepreneurships, independent studies, micro-credentials, or community development. And this semester, we prepare more than 60,000 places, almost 80,000 places for our students to take those off-campus activities. All are fully credited and transferred as part of their degree. So this is a big transformation in our educations to make sure that we prepare future talents needed by the professional world. And secondly, to develop the innovations, we should improve the relevance of research and development in university and also community services in our university to be more relevant to answer the problems from industry, from the community. As we can see in the past 5 years, the productivity of our lecturers, our researchers, significantly growing in terms of international publication. This is from the SLIMAKU journal ranks. We see that the growth of international publications from our lecturers exponentially growing. So from in terms of position, in 2013, Indonesia is in the 54th rank globally. Now become 21st rank globally. So it's a very significant step as a result from improved productivity in publications. But of course, there's still many things to improve, especially the quality and the impact of those publications. We want to make sure that the publication is relevant to the national development. And we want to focus our research to be more relevant with the need of the country, especially in addressing the need of the industry and the need of the development. On the 4th major area, first, the research and development in university as well as community development should focus on green sustainable development. And second, on blue technology, which is based on maritime, because 70% of Indonesian territory are seas and ocean. So marine technology, maritime based research is very important. And third, to accelerate the digital transformation in Indonesia. And fourth, economic recovery after the pandemics and the tourism, as well as in health and medical devices. So those are 5 areas that we want to focus our research on. Just to give you some illustrations of the research results that go into industry, like the electric scooter from ITS. This has been now in production. So this is purely from research in university that go into industry and now being produced, mass produced by industrial manufacturer and already exported to Africa. And second, this is another example, the 4-wheel electric vehicle for light off-road and vehicles for airports and for other special usage, as well as medium bus, electric bus, large electric bus, and also on the development of component for electric vehicle, because we believe that the future transportation will be more on electric transportation, electric vehicle, shifting from fossil fuel. And the green research on energy, new and renewable energy is also another focus, and we see quite promising development, like in development of lithium battery, on recycling battery, on recovering lithium, and on geothermal development, and on other new and renewable energy. And on Industry 4.0, the additive manufacturing, like the 3D printers, CNC, development of CNC and 3D printers is one of the most important technology in the fourth industrial revolutions to create creative economy, especially to accelerate the creative economy. All are home-grown industries. And also on the information technology and telecommunications, we also accelerate the improvement of local contents in the devices, in tablets, in laptops, and in PTS. And on health and medical devices, this pandemic has bring the energy to our university to develop medical devices like the ventilators. Many ventilators came out from our universities and now being mass produced by industries. So this we will accelerate further on medicine and also on medical devices, and also research on future farming, on conservations, and on transportations. Science and Technology Park as a way of doing things instead of university conducting research on its own. It has to bring together industry into the research from the beginning, not waiting until TRL 7, 8, 9 to go to industry, but from the beginning we want to have the commitment from industry from the start, from the beginning. In that way, we can make sure that there will be downstreaming and upstreaming from university to industry. So research in university should address the problems from the industry, from the business, from the community, while research from university should go downstream into the business, industry, and community. So there's no broken link between the professional world, the world of work, and the university. So this hexahelix collaboration between academia, business, industry, community, financing, government, and the media is a link to make sure that there is no broken link between what we do in university and what happened in the professional world. And for that, we lot of resources to accelerate the marriage between industry and university. First, through matching fund for any commitment from industry, from local government in working together with university, either on research or on big chunk go into the emancipated learning program I mentioned earlier. And to link between the university and community and industry, we create a platform called Kedarika as a matchmaking platform between industry, community, government, and university. Industry, government, organizations can call for university to answer their problems. And university can offer invention, innovations, and solutions to industrial problems. And if they match, government will come to provide half of the resources. So this is the principle of the matching fund. And we want to shift from supply push, university doing things and then promoting to industry, into demand pool. It is the industry that should call the university to answer their problem. And through these collaborations, we want to accelerate the relevance of research and community services from university to become more relevant to the society, to the community, and to the industry. This Kedarika platform addresses all things from appropriate technology, rural technology into the future technology. So anything goes into Kedai Reka. This year we provide 250 billion rupiah, and next year we will multiply that 5 times, so more than 1 trillion rupiah. That is 1,000 billion rupiah. Even we expect to have more, but 1.5 trillion rupiah or 1,500 billion rupiah will go into matching fund. And for that, collaboration is a must. We have to go hand in hand in making sure that university are relevant to the community, to the society, and to the national development in general. We partner with all ministries, and we also partner with the Chamber of Commerce and also with associations of private sectors and also with international partners. So with that, I conclude my presentations, and thank you very much for the opportunity. And I wish you all a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. The opening ceremonies of the first International Conference on Research and Development with the theme Digital Society 5.0 Research Result Enhancement and Utilization, which is held by the Association of Community Service Lecturers of Indonesia, Asosiasi Dosen PKM Indonesia, ADPI, which made a partnership with CTE, UHAMKA, Universitas Surya Kencana Cianjur, and Stipari Semarang on the 27th of November 2021 has finished. Now we come to the next agenda, is the keynote speaker session. And today we have a great keynote speaker, Professor Noel Scott, PhD, from the University of Sunshine Coast, Australia, who will be sharing his opinion. And he is also has already in our Zoom meeting. And before starting the presentation, I'd like to inform the rules of the session. The first, the keynote speaker will have a maximum 30 minutes for the presentation. So please manage your time, Prof. And I will remind you if the time is mostly over. The second, the question and answer session will be done after the keynote speaker presentation. And the third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box, or you can directly deliver the questions by raising your hand. And I, as the moderator, will read the question to be answered, and I will mention the audience who deliver the question directly. And the fourth, every audience are pleased to deliver only one question and to mute the microphone during the presentation session. Ladies and gentlemen, now I will read the personal information of our keynote speaker today. All right, Professor Noel Scott is a professor in tourism management at the Sustainable Research Centres, University of Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Australia. His research interests include the studies of tourism experience and destination management and marketing. He frequently delivers his speech at international academic and industry conference. He has over 300 academic articles published, including 17 books. He has supervised 30 doctoral students to successful completions of their thesis. He also the editorial board of 10 journals, a members of international associations of China Tourism Scholar and a fellows of the Council for Australasian Tourism and Hospitality Education. Prior to starting his academic career in 2001, Dr. Scott worked as a senior manager in a variety of business, including as a manager research and strategic services at tourism and event Queensland. Well, that's really awesome, Professor. Right, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's invite our keynote speaker, Professor Noel Scott, PhD.
Thank you, Evie. Eva, can you hear me?
Yes, Prof, clearly. You have
Great.
a 30-minute presentation.
Thank
The
you,
Zoom
and
loss
please.
is yours. All right.
Thank you very much, and please remind me because I tend to talk, and so it's good if you could stop me or give me a reminder a few minutes beforehand. I'm going to share my screen.
All right.
And can you see that now?
Yes, clearly.
Great. Okay, so what I want to do is talk about, so one of the themes of this conference is about the digital society, which is an interesting topic. And I'm going to not talk about that so much as the issues perhaps that Professor Nizam from the Ministry of Higher Education was talking about when he was talking about dealing with industry and the idea of universities and industry getting closer together. So I'm interested in that topic and also about the utilization of research. But I'm going to talk about this from perhaps a services industry perspective. So my talk is better research, community service, and utilization in applied areas. I just want to say before I start, thank you very much to Professor Zaim for allowing me to talk today and inviting me. I really appreciate it. And I love the opportunities to talk, especially in these webinars. Okay, so firstly, let's see. So I want to begin by just briefly thinking about a problem. You see, when you're doing research as an academic, you have to sort of think about the problem that you're going to solve. And so imagine this, your job requires you to be at work promptly at 7 a.m. and relieve the midnight shift operator. You drive by car, it takes 20 minutes to reach your job. Your wife and husband also work and well, your wife, or let's call it wife, has a car and she uses it to take the children to school on her way to work 2 days a week. Children start at 8 a.m. Your spouse begins to work at 8:30. One of your children has a driver's license. You have a neighbor 2 houses away who works where you do, but he begins work at 7:30, 30 minutes later than you do. He carpools with 2 other men, a bus. So there's lots of information here, but a bus that goes by the plant passes a block away from your house. However, the first bus in the morning does not get to the plant at until 7:30 a.m., which is after you work. So this is some background information about a problem you might have. Now, the situation. The situation is that on Monday morning, you need to go to the car as usual at 6:35 a.m. and find that it will not work. But you need it to go out of town to a training session tomorrow morning. This is the 3rd time this winter the car has not started. So what I want you to do is perhaps think about what the problem is that you're addressing. And could you write down what that problem is? The issue is that in that scenario that I've given you, there are a couple of problems. Does anyone have a suggestion as to the problem they might be interested in focusing on in studying that scenario? Anyone want to give any comments? This is your opportunity. Eva, do you want to give an answer? No. Well, my point is that if you look at this information, you might be tempted to focus on one of three different problems. One is that the car won't start and you need to go to work. That's an immediate problem. The second problem, which is not so immediate, something you need to think about by tomorrow, is that you need to go out of town to a training session tomorrow. So you've got to work out how to get there. And then the third issue is, this is the third time the car won't start, and so maybe you need a new car. My point is that the problem that you focus on when you're dealing with a research issue or a problem you have to solve can vary dependent upon variables such as the time frame that you're looking at, and that might determine what problem and what research you do. Okay, so when we're thinking about doing research as academics, we may define the problems that we want to solve in many different ways. And additionally, it may be that we don't know so much about a problem before we start, but as we learn about it, as we begin to explore the problem, our understanding opens up and we can see that there are actually a number of different problems. And we might proceed from studying something very narrow to more systemic and broad issues. So, the problems that you're going to study as academics don't present themselves. They don't just come along. You have to interpret the situation, and the problems that you try and solve are constructed by your own thinking. And so usually over time, as you start to address one problem and then perhaps a second and then a third, the sense of what a problem is and how to deal with it may change. And that's one of the beautiful things about being a university lecturer. The depth, as you develop expertise in problem solving and doing research, the complexity and the understanding that you have of your expertise area develops, and you can see.
Excuse me, Prof, to interrupt you.
Yep.
I really cannot see clearly your PowerPoint presentation because it's mostly too big for us. Can you make it bigger so we can?
Okay. What about that? What can you see there?
Oh, I didn't see anything, Prof.
You can't
so sorry for that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me try. So I've stopped sharing. I'll share the screen.
I'm so sorry.
Again. No,
Okay.
of course, it's fine. Can you see that now? You can't see my.
It's not appear yet. So.
Okay. Oh well. I'll just share screen. What about?
And how about others?
Yes, we already see the slide.
All right. So probably and my connection is not very good, Prof. Yes.
Oh,
please
okay.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Right.
please. So just for everyone else, so you can see this my screen.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, good. Okay, good.
Just continue, sir.
No, thank you. Thank you for that's all good. Okay, so what I'm trying to get you to think about is, as an academic, you have to do research, and you have to also perhaps provide solutions to people in industry, as the representative of the ministry was saying. So what are you going, what is research? How are you doing it? What type are you focusing on? And how can you make it better, especially in terms of dealing with industry or with the community? So there's many different types of research, but research is really just a way of solving problems that happens to be systematic, logical, empirical, able to be generalized and replicable, able to be reproduced over time. Excuse me. And there's basic research, which tends to be theoretical and perhaps even laboratory based. And then there's applied research. And what the representative of the ministry was talking about was transfer of information from basic university research to applied questions. And so that's something that increasingly academics are being asked to do. And I want to focus in on that application of research to try and solve industry or community problems. So, and of course, there's many different types of research, but typically applied research tends to be of this middle type, tends to be a case study or a survey or some sort of correlational study. Whereas if you're doing basic research, you might be doing experimental research. So there's different types. Of course, as we know, again, the research process always starts with the literature. So you start with the literature, you formulate a question based on prior research, appropriate design, collect your data, interpret results, publish findings, which contribute back to the available literature. Now, in tourism, the particular area that I'm interested in, there's many topics that you could focus on. And one of the problems is that it's very hard to be an expert in many different areas and do it well, okay? So this is the point, one of the points I want to emphasize. Typically, academics fall into one of two different types. They tend to focus on the theory, contribute to academic knowledge, and publish in academic journals. But the minister's representative and the idea of community engagement and applied research is that you want to solve a practical problem, perhaps contribute to community development and to disseminate results to the community. So the question is, can you do both? Or do you have to be a theoretical academic? Or do you have to be an applied academic? Or can you mix the two of those ideas together? Well, I want to talk a little bit about perhaps the middle road. And the reason I'm talking about this middle road between applied and basic research is because increasingly academics have to achieve multiple goals in their work. So it used to be perhaps that it's very simple to be an academic. 20, 30, 40 years ago, you did some teaching, you've published a few papers, you did some research, it was easy. But increasingly, as we can see in Indonesia, the Ministry of Higher Education and governments are saying, well, how do we increase our effectiveness? How do we increase the outputs of our academic employees? Because that's where that's who employs you. The government employs most academics. And so they're saying now Okay, well, you have to write academic papers which contribute to new knowledge. And how many of those have you done recently? So increasingly you have to measure yourself. And you also, of course, have to teach students in your area of expertise and demonstrate and give them knowledge that you have acquired as an expert. And as well, you need to perform community service of some type, develop the community in your area of expertise, perhaps work with industry, and so on. So how do you do all of these things at the same time? Very difficult. Well, I think there's sort of like a virtuous cycle where you can, if you do your research properly, contribute to academic outcomes, to your teaching outcomes, and to community development outcomes through the same research. That's what I want. So what I want you to think about is maybe trying to contribute to more than one goal from a research project that you do. Don't just think about its outputs as an academic paper or as a case study for teaching or as something that's going to help the community. What you're trying to do is do all those three things at once. But perhaps to do it means you have to rethink how you do your research a little bit. So here's an example from my research. It was an applied research project in the area of tourism where we were looking at the new market of Chinese travelers coming to the Gold Coast, which traditionally was a Western country destination. And the question was, how do we adopt or innovate to allow Chinese visitors to enjoy their experience on the Gold Coast? And so the problem, I mean, that's a problem because the Chinese people don't swim, for example, or are maybe not are concerned about swimming in waves. So, but the Gold Coast is a beach destination. So what do you do? Well, what we did do was, so we decided that we would work with business operators, owners, to solve this problem. But we didn't just work with anyone. We went out and purposely sought proactively to find people who wanted to improve their number of Chinese guests that they got. So we weren't looking for people who were just waiting for research to come along. We were looking for people who were specifically interested and motivated to improve their businesses in the China market. And we undertook a 3-year project, which is longer than normal for an academic project, because that meant that we could work with that business and develop trust and understand their business, not what we as academics thought, but what the business people, the business owners thought. And then we went to do things that the business owners couldn't do, rather than just doing something that they'd already done. And then work with the business operator to implement the findings as a product that they can make money out of. So the problem we found was that Australians like swimming in the waves, but Chinese want different things. They like to visit the beach on the Gold Coast, but not to swim. So what's the problem? This is about the problem statement for your research. Well, what do? Do we try and educate Chinese visitors how to swim in the ocean? Or do we offer Chinese visitors a different type of experience. So our answer was to design a new beach experience based on Australian beach culture and food, different from the things that's offered to Australian travellers. So let's now think about the outcomes from that project. That is, how did I, as a researcher, and benefit from it? Well, in terms of service, that is working with the community, we were able to show that we had provided innovation and growth of the tourism market, and we received an innovation award from the Queensland government. In terms of my teaching, I use the information developed about the Chinese market in my classes to demonstrate the changing culture and the differences between different countries in terms of the products and services they want. And also in terms of publications, you can see we had a couple of book chapters, a report, and most recently my co-author has published a paper, Chinese Learn to Surf, and so on. So one research project, multiple goals achieved. Here's another one. I was asked to write to develop a publication for the UNWTO on wildlife tourism in Southeast Asia. The problem was that wildlife tourism is becoming popular, but there's no good practice in how to undertake wildlife viewing. And there had been recent concerns that wildlife tourism in Southeast Asia wasn't ethical. So that was the background to this report. One of the interesting things, I wasn't an expert in wildlife behavior. So I was able to work with another expert, to a lady from Wildlife Tourism Australia, to develop and produce this report. And she provided the expertise that I didn't have. And the outcomes were, in terms of service, was a report published by the UNWTO for the industry. We actually developed some teaching videos about this. We developed some videos, and they're used for teaching purposes, both in the classroom, but also amongst the community. So we can provide community with education. And then, of course, recently it's become a publication that's going to be published in the Chinese Journal of Ecotourism. So 3 different outcomes. Example 3, and I think this is this is especially something that's been happening in Indonesia a lot. You see, the problem in Indonesia is that there is a need to develop sustainable tourism in places such as Eastern Indonesia or Sri Lanka. But how do we train people effectively? How do you train people to become tourism professionals? This is a project that's being funded by Australia Awards Indonesia. So the method we used was to use adult learning principles. So we didn't want to just lecture people, but instead we wanted to harness the knowledge that those people who are participants in this course already had. They're adults. They know about, they have a background and knowledge. So how do you get them to use that knowledge and enhance it? Well, we did that by getting the participants to complete a project as part of their training that they identified themselves. So this is adult learning principles. Don't just give a person a project to do, get them to identify themselves, one that's they're particularly interested in, and then the trainers are really mentors providing advice and support specifically for the project that those participants have and are working on. And we bring in experts and give the participants opportunities to hear from experts in tourism and apply those ideas to their project. So what are the goal outcomes? So there have been a number across different objectives. We've been very successful in terms of running these courses 7 times. We're on our 8th. And the participants in Indonesia especially have been quite successful. We've had people who have been doing all sorts of amazing projects, from developing wildlife tours, whale shark tours, scuba diving courses, cleanups in their community, and so on. So, and personally, I've also developed a lot of friends and contacts, which I try and help out and use for further research. Work with for further research. We've also developed a number of training videos, which you'll see here on the side. So these are videos that I don't do, that are run and developed by the participants themselves in order to demonstrate their expertise and to provide education to the communities in which they live. But of course, we have also done some publications based on the information we've collected during the project. So, how am I going for time? Pretty good. My conclusions, the things that I want you to think about as a result of this presentation. You're being asked to be more effective as academics, and that's tough. You've got to develop and improve your outcomes in terms of publications, community service, dealing with industry, and so on. What do you do? How do you do that? Well, first of all, when you're thinking about doing research, always try and contribute to more than one of your goals about teaching or papers or community service at a time. Secondly, try and develop your expertise in one area rather than trying to be too broad. And because as you do that, your ability to write papers and do teaching and help the community improves, and you start to see much more complex interactions and things, which makes your papers, teaching, and community expertise or development better. Thirdly, do research that you enjoy. And if you're not enjoying doing research or writing papers, well, you've got a problem. And then finally, don't think that you have to be an expert in everything. And if you come up with a research project which requires skills outside your expertise, work with another expert. Don't try and do it all yourself. So, and then finally, I think one of the skills that really helps in thinking about these issues is to be reflective about your expertise, your research, your teaching, and your paper writing. So think about how you defined the problems that you are studying. Importantly, think about whether when you identified the problem and went immediately to a solution, or whether you thought about the problem and different possible solutions. That was the outcome, the takeout of the case study that I showed when I began. Then select the best solution or combination solutions, test and implement. So try and reflect upon your being an academic expert, and hopefully that will mean that you become more successful and also achieve more goals, and then you'll become a successful professor, you'll make your fortune and become rich and famous. So I hope that happens. So thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'll hand back the presentation to the moderator. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much to Professor Noel Scott, PhD, for sharing with us this very, very great insight and fruitful information. And then the audience, please give him applause. Okay, now we have a question and answer session, and I will read the question from the chat box, if any, or I will looking for the audience who have already raising their hands here. All right. Right. I invite the audience to deliver the question to Prof. Noel Scott. If any of you wants to ask something to him, please. I didn't find. Let me check the second slide. Who has already rising the hands? Okay. Okay, I found one question here, Prof. Okay, from Ibu Puji Astuti Wiratmo. How to build our supportive environment to reach our goal as academicians? Okay.
Well, what a good question. And, you know, in Australia, I tend to find that there's a lot of competition between academics, that everyone wants to achieve their particular goals, but perhaps are a little bit selfish in not contributing to group goals. That is, helping other people to develop and so on. One of the problems, of course, is that everyone's so busy that, you know, you have to sort of be in some way very focused on your own performance in order to achieve your own goals. I think developing a supportive and collegiate atmosphere in that situation is difficult, but it is possible. It takes time. I think initially it begins with, you know, who are you going to employ? So it's choosing people at the, when you're first employing people, to emphasize to them and to look for people who have some skills or interest even in mentoring or doing collaborative tasks. And that's not just in teaching, but in research and community service and things. It is tricky though. It's very hard to work with other academics because we each have our own areas of expertise and things. But if you work on it, I think you develop as a person by doing that collaborative type research and writing. In terms of developing a collaborative or supportive atmosphere, I benefited strongly when I was a young researcher from working with a senior person who basically mentored me in writing. And so I would write beginning book chapters, and then we did a book, and then we did some papers and so on. And he was more senior, so I did a lot of the work, but I learned a lot about how to write papers. And I think that a supportive environment requires more senior people to work with more junior people to develop their expertise. And so if you can achieve that, and of course, one of the problems is senior people are busy themselves. So how do you get them to want to support people? That comes back to the type of people they are, and perhaps the rewards that you give them. You know, perhaps you can reward joint papers, for example. A very tricky idea. Certainly, I think that, you know, there tends to be a very business focus in a university department, and not so much because everyone's busy, not so much outside activities together. So the more you can do joint activities, even you know, personal interactions outside work, the more you'll try and you know, the more you get to know people, and the more that might lead to a bit more support. But you know, don't expect it to work immediately, and don't expect it to work for everyone. Hope that helps.
It's very awesome answer, dear Prof. And then I have already found another questions here. Okay, Ibu Puji. Okay, are you satisfied with the answers of the professors? Okay, now the second question from Bapak Abdul Ghafur Marzuki. What do you think about the terms of interconnections knowledge for collaboration?
Mm-hmm. Well, look, I actually did quite a lot of work on networks and networks of people and how they form and develop. And in academic communities, it is vital. So you see, an academic is a person who has developed expertise in a particular focused area, whether it's in marketing or in engineering or something. And it's usually not in engineering, it might be in automation or electrical automation, so very, you know, narrow fields. And so often at your university, unless you're working within a research group, which can be a wonderful thing, the people who are most likely to be working in the area that you're particularly interested in might be in England or in Australia or in France. And so you need to know those people. When academic life was developing, it used to be that you'd be writing letters to people, and then you might even send them your papers before you published it and get their comments, and then you'd publish your paper. And so there was that idea developed into what they call the invisible college. So the invisible college is the idea that around the world, there are maybe 7 to 10 people who might be interested in the particular work that you're working on. For example, for me, I became very interested in cognitive psychology. What on earth is that? Well, and I found that within the area that I study, cognitive psychology wasn't really studied by many people. And in fact, there's probably only about 5 or 6 people around the world who know what they're talking about, applying cognitive psychology into tourism. So I then had to work out how to talk to these people. So recently, I'm doing a book on this topic, and I've invited some people from other areas to contribute to it. So that's one of the ways that I've tried to develop collaboration. So collaboration between universities begins, I think, with individuals working together. And so you need to find someone who can work with, and that then you need to find some reason for them both to work together. Both people have to get something out of it. Is it a book chapter? Okay, well, that's good. Is it a journal article? Is it a research project? So if you want to get the attention of a person from overseas and get them to work with you, having some funding for research and working on a research project together will probably work. So think about targeting particular people and developing individual relationships which are mutually beneficial, on which you can then build more collaboration, often perhaps between research centers or something. But you can't expect those things just to happen. I've been involved in a couple of attempts at these sort of things. Often what will happen is a university will bring a group of people out to Australia to visit a university, and they might try and identify some common research topic or a topic for a paper. And then you work together to write the paper. Good, but it's not just about writing the paper. It's often about ongoing interests and making sure that both people are particularly interested in the topic. And that can be hard because there's so many topics that you can study. Again, it's a little bit like finding a PhD supervisor. You've got to find someone who matches your particular interests, or you find someone who you can work with and then change your interests to match them. Right? So which one do you want to do? I don't know. But anyway, so a variety of opportunities. Networking is important.
Maybe Pak Gopur want to deliver it directly related to the Prof. Scott questions.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much, Professor Scott.
Thank you.
All right. We have still have time to do the question and answer session. So I also still invite the audience. If you want to deliver the question, please. Is there any question?
This could be an opportunity.
All right. That's really, really interesting, Prof. Because you have already mentioned that some point that I can highlight here, that you relate it into the psychological education, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it?
So I have been referring to in my own research, when I'm talking about my own research, often it's a lot about consumer behavior, consumer psychology, and more recently, particular types of consumer psychology related to how our brains work. Is that what you?
Yeah. Yes, sir. So in your research or in your books, you also invite some expert to join or collaborate with you doing this start making kinds of information and then books or any kinds of activities.
That's right. And there's some very good reasons for doing that. You see, if I wrote a book by myself, most people also in the area would say, oh, he's stupid, you know, he's missed out on some area or haven't done the right thing. But if I can invite the main people to contribute to my book, when it comes out, they'll say, hey, this is the best book I've ever seen, because they are in it. So the publisher likes that idea because it means that it's going to be more accepted as a book. And also in a developing area like this one I'm talking about, it is important to develop networks and collaborative networks. So I've never worked with one of the people I've invited. I wrote to him and said, hey, listen, we haven't written before, but I'm writing this book. You're an expert in this. Would you contribute? He said, sure, that's good, because he feels good because I'm acknowledging him as an expert, right? So and he said, oh, maybe we can collaborate on some projects in the future. I said, sure. So you see, it's developing relationships is about understanding people's psychology a little bit.
All right. Do you think it is really possible if we also collaborate with your work, for example, in the future?
Oh, look, of course.
DPI will propose some proposal to you and then work collaborative with you related to this issue.
Yeah, see, so what I've been doing, you know, I'm sort of semi-retired now. So for me, I'm not so interested in, I'm interested in working with people to help them to develop as academics. That's why I'm talking here. But the issue for me is I want to develop my specific area of expertise, right? And so, you know, like tourism or the area in which I work is such a broad area that when you're reviewing papers and reading other people's work, there's so many different things. I want to focus in on my particular area. So, oh, and also, although I'm retired, I work at various research centers and I want to help them. What helps people in a research center? Well, it's papers and demonstrations that their work is being delivered as community service, as well as new research projects and especially funding, right? So me, I as an example of a general problem that most people perhaps in Indonesia have in dealing and finding people to work with in Australia, right? So it comes back to clearly defining what you want out of the relationship. Most academics in Australia can work with many people, right? So what you got to think is, well, what do you want out of it? And what does the Australian academic want out of it, right? So papers are good. Although most academics usually, you know, if they're any good, if you want to work with them, are usually going to publish 2 or 3, 4, 5, 10 papers a year. And one extra paper with you, well, it's interesting, but it's not going to be particularly life-changing. Alternatively, one of the things that Australians find very challenging is getting research funding, right? So this is what I was saying before. If you want to, I'm not necessarily talking about myself, I'm talking more generally now, but if you want to attract a Australian academics' interest in a research project, which will then lead to a paper or a publication or something, then you can try and work on a research proposal together for some funding. I've recently done that in Indonesia with a colleague at the University of South Australia, and she has worked with a university in Indonesia too, I think, to get some funding from the Department of Foreign Affairs, Australia, Indonesia, let's say Business Council or something. So having the two universities together targeting this particular fund was required. Okay, so, and you need a good contact in Indonesia to participate, and you need a good contact in Australia, and they often need to have demonstrated a track record together. So the first step is do some small project together to develop your credentials as partners, then target a research grant that you're going to apply for. And that's a good way to, so what you got to do is identify an area, identify a couple of research projects, work out how you're going to do those things with someone who has an interest in that, and then make sure that you have a have a purpose for it, which is a funded research project in future. Okay, if you can do that, then you're starting to become, you're starting to talk the language of Australian universities. Right? You're starting to understand what they want. Does that make sense?
All right. Thank you very much.
So then, so I'm sorry,
Okay.
Eva, and that's generally, specifically, yes, I'm very happy to work with people. The way I work, but the way I work is this way. So the people I'm working with in Indonesia usually want to have a publication. That's the aim of their research, because they need to get promoted. So they need some publications in a good journal, Scopus journal. So therefore, the aim is to do research in order to achieve the goal of publication in a Scopus journal. That's different from just doing a research project. If you want to get published in a Scopus journal, you need to have a good literature review, a good research question, and then collect the data properly and so on. Then you need to write it in a good English way. But forget about the writing. Make sure that at the beginning of the project, you have a good idea which has already been identified as in the literature as a research question that needs addressing. In order to do that, you need to have a good knowledge of the literature and to do a good literature review. Okay, so many people, and I've worked with many people, I'm always happy to provide advice and help and things, but what I have found is that the work involved in writing a paper, doing a good research project, is often at the beginning of the project before you start to collect data. So if you want to, I'm very happy to work with people, but I want to see their research, literature research review, their research questions, the justification for why it's a good question, and then we can go on. But do you see the difference between saying, hey, Noel, let's go and work on wildlife tourism in Indonesia? Oh, that's good. But that's the next step in that is to then do the literature review, identify the research question, and so on. So I'd prefer people to have been investigating and coming up with proposed research questions based on a literature review and clearly something that's going to make a contribution to the literature. Now, if you start there, you're going to get a paper published. If you don't start there, you're going to do a lot of work and people may lose interest. Does that help?
Yes, really, really help, Prof. And then it's really challenging still doing that. And then we really appreciated with your answers, Prof.
Well, look,
then,
so even you see, there's a reason why writing papers is hard.
Yes,
You're a smart person. All the people listening are smart people. It's not that you don't have the capability. The problems you face are usually identifying a good research question and having a good literature review and the time to do that, because that takes time. So,
yes.
and often behind that is the problem that you're trying to do research in many different areas and not developing expertise in one area. Mm-hmm.
Yes, of course. All right, because the time is mostly over, Prof. And again, I would say thank you very much, Professor, for your very fruitful information and also presentation. And we really enjoy your presentation. And now we would like to deliver our great appreciation to you as our keynote speaker. And the committee, would you please share our appreciation?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is the closings of the keynote speaker session. But please don't go anywhere because we still have another session, which is an invited session. And we have two invited speakers today. The first is Professor Enkeleda Lulac, PhD from University House Zeka, Veza State of Kosovo. And the second one, we have Dr. Dragan Zopanos from Faculties of Agriculture, Sciences, and Food Macedonia, Trials and Methodius University, Skopje, Macedonia. And before that session, we will take a break for about 15 minutes. And you are pleased to have a rest. And the conference will be continued at 11 past 10 o'clock. Okay, see you in the next section. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
kepengurusan yang telah dibentuk pada bulan Desember yang lalu, sehingga dengan demikian roda organisasi kita bisa berjalan dengan lancar. Baiklah Bapak Ibu sekalian, izinkan saya untuk mengukuhkan kepengurusan periode 2019-2023 ini. Pada hari ini, Jumat 17 Juli 2020, akan dilakukan pengukuhan dan sumpah jabatan yang dihadiri oleh Dewan Pengawas, Dewan Pembina, pengurus pusat, dan pengurus di 28 wilayah provinsi se-Indonesia. Dengan menyebut nama Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala dan nyatakan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nama-nama terlampir, yaitu yang berjumlah 95 nama, dengan rincian 18 pengurus pusat dan 77 pengurus wilayah provinsi, dibutuhkan sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus di 28 wilayah provinsi se-Indonesia. Semoga memegang jabatan, selamat memegang jabatan, semoga amanah. Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, selanjutnya kami ingin membacakan sumpah jabatan, karena ini terkait dengan amanah yang diberikan pada kita untuk menjalankan kepengurusan ini. Oleh karena itu, mohon Bapak Ibu mengikuti apa yang saya sampaikan dengan mengulangi apa yang saya sampaikan, sehingga sama-sama kita mengucapkan sumpah ini. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Dengan memohon ridho, rahmat dan maghfirah Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Dengan memohon
ridho, rahmat dan maghfirah Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
Saya bersumpah. Satu. Menyerahkan diri menjadi pengurus pusat bagi yang diangkat dari pengurus pusat.
Menyerahkan diri menjadi pengurus wilayah Asosiasi Dosen
wilayah Asosiasi Dosen PKM Indonesia.
Pengurus wilayah Asosiasi Dosen
Kedua, pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah senantiasa berpegang teguh pada Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, anggaran dasar, dan anggaran rumah tangga ADPI, nilai-nilai, norma-norma, serta cinta tanah air dan bangsa.
Sebagai wilayah senantiasa
Tiga, sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah dalam menjalankan tugas dan kewajiban organisasi, pantang berputus asa, pantang menyerah, dan pantang meninggalkan api dalam situasi dan kondisi apapun.
Sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah dalam menjalankan tugas dan kewajiban organisasi, asa dan pantang meninggalkan api dalam
meninggalkan api situasi dan kondisi apapun.
4. Sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah senantiasa taat dan patuh kepada pimpinan organisasi, bahwa ketidaksetiaan kepada pimpinan organisasi adalah suatu bentuk pengkhianatan kepada organisasi dan pasti dipertanggungjawabkan di hadapan Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
Sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah senantiasa taat dan patuh kepada pimpinan organisasi, bahwa ketidaksetiaan pada pimpinan organisasi adalah suatu bentuk pengkhianatan kepada organisasi dan pasti dipertanggungjawabkan di hadapan Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dengan demikian maka telah resmi Bapak Ibu dikukuhkan menjadi pengurus ADPI tingkat pusat dan wilayah, dan sekaligus telah membaca sumpah jabatan di hadapan kita bersama. Berikut ini kami sampaikan struktur jabatan pengurus pusat. Ya, Bapak Ibu bisa baca. Ketua Umum Profesor Dr. M. Zaim M.Hum, Ketua Dewan Pembina Dr. Muhammad Ridwan, Dewan Pembina ADPI Prof. Indah Susilowati, MSc PhD, Profesor Dr. Hajah Sri Sulistiawati SH, MSc PhD, dan Associate Profesor Dr. Sawirman M.Hum. Wakil Ketua 1 ADPI Jauhari SEMM, Wakil Ketua 2 Yosa Novia Dewi SPD, Bendahara Umum Elis Trisnawati SSI MPD, Wakil Bendahara Umum Refni Widyastuti, dan Sekretaris Umum Shirley Francisca SPD MPD, Wakil Sekretaris Umum Dr. Nurman Ahmad M. SOS SC. Kemudian ada koordinator-koordinator untuk wilayah ADPI bagian barat adalah Pak Jamilullah SPDI MSI, koordinator Indonesia bagian tengah Arif Widyatma MSA, dan koordinator ADPI bagian timur adalah Zulkarnain Hamson SOS MSI. Koordinator Humas ADPI adalah Dr. Mas Ruki Maspuri Sutomo SE MSI. Kemudian Humas ADPI Indonesia Tengah Dr. Insinyur Martinus Bambang Setiarto, Humas ADPI Indonesia bagian Barat Abdul Wafa Muhammad Eskom Mkom, dan Humas ADPI Indonesia bagian Timur Dr. Abdul Ghafur Matuki SPD MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Yang kita hormati Bapak Wakil Gubernur, kalau beliau bergabung di sini, Bapak Nasr Abid, hadir bersama-sama dengan kita. Assalamualaikum Pak. Dan yang berbahagia dan kita banggakan Bapak Profesor Dr. Zaim M.Hum, Ketua Umum Asosiasi Dosen PKM Indonesia atau ADPI. Beliau adalah guru besar di Universitas Negeri Padang, Ibu moderator, dan tentunya Bapak Ibu pengurus daripada ADPI yang hadir pada kesempatan hari ini. Ada Bendahara saya lihat, ada Ketua Dewan Pembina ya Pak Dr. Muhammad Ridwan dari UPI, dan juga seluruh perangkat ataupun seluruh pimpinan daripada ADPI yang berbahagia, dan tentunya kami sapa seluruh peserta seminar yang berada di seluruh Indonesia dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Kami yakin itu karena dosen kita ini dari Sabang sampai Merauke, terutama yang aktif dalam asosiasi dosen pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Pertama tentu kita bersyukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala karena pada pagi hari ini di tengah-tengah kewaspadaan terhindar dari COVID-19, kita alhamdulillah sehat dan bisa beraktivitas seperti yang kita laksanakan pada pagi hari ini. The first seminar nasional webinar ADPI Mengabdi untuk Negeri dapat kita laksanakan. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi sebuah amal baik bagi kita semua dan menjadi contoh bagi kawan-kawan lain dalam kondisi apapun kita tetap terus berkinerja sesuai dengan bidang tugas kita. Salawat dan salam juga kita aturkan kepada Nabi besar Muhammad SAW. Dan kemudian tentu setelah kami ucapkan selamat, saya juga berterima kasih kepada pimpinan ADPI ataupun panitia yang telah mengundang kami untuk hadir di sini bersama-sama untuk membuka acara yang kita banggakan ini, seminar pertama webinar ADPI Mengabdi untuk Negeri. Kami itu sebagai pembina perguruan tinggi sangat bangga dengan kegiatan ini, apalagi ini adalah asosiasi dosen yang bergerak. Nah, saya melihat bahwa memang dosenlah yang menjadi ujung tombak dari perguruan tinggi ini. Nah, pengalaman saya dalam mengelola perguruan tinggi swasta, kalau dosen itu bergerak, maka bergerak seluruhnya. Tapi kalau dosen tidak bergerak, apapun yang dikatakan oleh pimpinan, apapun dikatakan oleh yayasan, nah ya, tetap dia tidak akan bergerak. Jadi benar-benar dosen adalah orang-orang penggerak di perguruan tinggi dan sekarang digerakkan untuk lebih fokus kepada pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Dan kalau kita lihat memang masing-masing kita ini memiliki passion tersendiri. Jarang orang yang ketiga-tiganya mantap. Maksud saya adalah dia hebat dalam pengajaran, dia hebat dalam penelitian, dan dia juga hebat dalam pengabdian masyarakat. Dalam artian mereka memiliki passion ketiga-tiga. Kalaupun ada tentu sangat outstanding orangnya, tapi yang kita perhatikan tetap ada passion kita ataupun majority ataupun kebanyakan aktivitas kita itu adalah bidang tertentu ataupun satu dari tridharma yang kita miliki. Dan memang kalau kita perhatikan secara statistik, kegiatan ataupun aktivitas dosen yang ada di pengabdian masyarakat ini relatif boleh dikatakan kalah dibandingkan dengan yang lain. Dan ini tentu ada sebabnya, barangkali ini sebuah juga bagi kita, bagi tugas kita, terutama dari ADPI, bagaimana benar-benar meningkatkan kawan-kawan keaktifannya di bidang pengabdian masyarakat.
Ya, saya rasa ucapkan selamat dulu lah kalau memang ada asosiasi, apalagi ini asosiasi dosen ya, pengabdi se-Indonesia, karena sekarang ini kan kita sangat butuh. Kalau di dalam rangka kami katakan di provinsi ini kan butuh tenaga-tenaga yang ahli, yang membantu bisa partisipasi dalam suatu daerah ini. Dan juga kan kalau tenaga ahli dari ini kan orang-orang yang punya pikiran, yang punya berbagai macam ilmu disiplin ilmu ya, dan provinsi itu juga butuh itu. Kami ucapkan selamat, dan nanti jika seandainya akan ada kerjasama, ada masalah kita juga dari sini Kepala Biro kerjasama kita dan pembangunan. Saya sama mereka nanti bisa dilihat di sektor apa saja
saja kami pilihkan supaya Bapak Ibu nantinya dalam hal membeli jamu, dalam menggunakan herbal-herbal yang sekarang banyak di pasaran, itu bagaimana ciri-cirinya?
Pada pagi hari ini berkaitan dengan pengabdian masyarakat, itu yang saya kira ini adalah bagian yang tidak terpisahkan dari
ADPI pusat, provinsi,
All right, dear audience, are you still there? Okay, we would like to inform because we still trying to contact our two invited speakers today, and as mentioned by the committee that it would be postponed until the afternoon. So From the deepest of my heart as a moderator, I would like to express my apology for inconvenience during the session. And on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you all for making time to join us here today. And you can join the parallel session at 1 p.m. And we look forward to seeing you at 4 p.m. today. I wish you all a pleasant day. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
solutions. As one of the countries with the highest number of unicorn startups in Southeast Asia, and one of them has reached a milestone as a decacorn, we are optimistic that Indonesia is becoming stronger and stronger every day.
Yang hidup.
Pada hari ini saya akan mengukuhkan kepengurusan yang telah dibentuk pada bulan Desember yang lalu, sehingga dengan demikian roda organisasi lancar. Baiklah Bapak Ibu sekalian, izinkan saya untuk mengukuhkan kepengurusan periode 2019-2023 ini. Pada hari ini, Jumat 17 Juli 2020, akan dilakukan pengukuhan dan sumpah jabatan yang dihadiri oleh Dewan Pengawas, Dewan Pembina, pengurus pusat, dan pengurus di 28 wilayah provinsi Indonesia. Dengan menyebut nama Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala dan menyatakan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nama-nama terlampir yaitu 18 pengurus pusat dan 77 pengurus wilayah provinsi dikukuhkan sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus di 28 wilayah provinsi Indonesia. Semoga memegang jabatan. Selamat memegang jabatan. Jalankan pengurusan ini. Oleh karena itu, mohon Bapak Ibu mengikuti apa yang saya sampaikan dengan mengulangi apa yang saya sampaikan sehingga sama-sama kita mengucapkan sumpah ini. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Dengan memohon ridho, rahmat dan maghfirah Allah Subhanahu wa taala.
Ridho, rahmat dan maghfirah Allah Subhanahu wa taala.
Saya bersumpah. Satu. Menyerahkan diri menjadi pengurus pusat bagi yang pusat.
Menyerahkan diri menjadi pengurus wilayah Asosiasi Dosen
Wilayah Asosiasi Dosen PKM Indonesia. Kedua, pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah senantiasa berpegang teguh
ini mau campalan Leo
anggaran dasar dan anggaran rumah tangga ADPI, nilai-nilai, norma-norma serta cinta tanah air dan bangsa.
Sebagai wilayah asosiasi dan
pukulkan dulu.
Sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah, pantang berputus asa, pantang menyerah.
Jauh.
sebagai pengurus
Menyerah dan pantang meninggalkan aksi, situasi dan kondisi apapun.
4. Sebagai pengurus pusat
Jadi yang satunya itu namanya yang satunya Tepaci. Jadi kulit tanas.
Pada hari ini saya akan kepengurusan yang telah dibentuk pada bulan Desember sehingga dengan demikian produk kita bisa berjalan dengan baiklah Bapak Ibu sekalian. Saya hari ini Jumat 17 Juli 2020
Aku yang ada.
dan sumpah jabatan yang dihadiri oleh Dewan Pengawas dan pengurus di 28 wilayah provinsi se-Indonesia. Semoga memegang jabatan, selamat memegang jabatan. Semoga amanah. Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, selanjutnya kami ingin membacakan sumpah jabatan karena ini terkait dengan amanah yang diberikan kepada kita menjalankan mengikuti apa yang saya sampaikan dengan mengulangi apa yang saya sampaikan sehingga sama-sama kita mengucapkan sumpah ini. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Dengan memohon ridho, rahmat dan maghfirah Allah Subhanahu wa taala, dengan memohon
ridho, rahmat dan maghfirah Allah Subhanahu wa taala.
Saya bersumpah. Satu, menyerahkan diri menjadi pengurus pusat bagi yang akan jadi pusat.
Menyerahkan diri menjadi pengurus wilayah Asosiasi Dosen Indonesia.
Dosen PKM Indonesia. Pusat. Ya. Kita berpegang teguh pada Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, anggaran dasar dan anggaran rumah tangga ADPI, nilai-nilai, norma-norma, serta cinta tanah air dan bangsa.
Sebagai wilayah senantiasa
Tiga, pusat dan wilayah dalam menjalankan tugas dan kewajiban organisasi, pantang berputus asa, pantang menyerah, dan pantang meninggalkan api dalam kondisi
sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah dalam menjalankan tugas dan kewajiban organisasi asa meninggalkan api
meninggalkan api situasi dan kondisi apapun.
4. Sebagai pengurus pusat dan pengurus wilayah senantiasa taat dan patuh kepada pimpinan organisasi bahwa tidak taat pada organisasi adalah suatu bentuk pengkhianatan terhadap organisasi dan pasti dipertanggungjawabkan di hadapan Allah Subhanahu wa taala.
Sebagai pengurus wilayah taat kepada pimpinan organisasi bahwa ketidaksetiaan pada pimpinan organisasi adalah suatu bentuk pengkhianatan pada organisasi dan pasti dipertanggungjawabkan di hadapan Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dengan demikian maka telah resmi Bapak Ibu dikukuhkan menjadi pengurus ADPI tingkat pusat dan wilayah, dan sekaligus telah membaca sumpah jabatan di hadapan kita bersama. Berikut ini kami sampaikan struktur jabatan pengurus pusat. Ya, Bapak Ibu bisa baca. Dr. M. Zaim M.Hum, Ketua Dewan Pembina Dr. Muhammad Ridwan, Dewan Pembina ADPI Prof. Silowati, MSc PhD, Setiawati SH, MSc PhD, dan Associate Profesor Dr. Saliman M.Hum. Wakil Ketua 1 ADPI Jauhari SEMM, Wakil Ketua 2 Yosa Novia Dewi SPD, Bendahara Umum Elis Krisnawati SSI MPD, Wakil Bendahara Umum Refni Widyastuti, dan Sekretaris Umum Shirley Francisca SPD MPD, Wakil Sekretaris Umum Dr. Nurman Ahmad M. SOS SC. Kemudian ada koordinator-koordinator untuk wilayah ADPI bagian barat adalah Bapak Jamillah SPDI MSI, Indonesia bagian tengah Arif Widyatma SI bagian timur adalah Zulkarnain Hamson SOS MSI, koordinator humas ADPI adalah Dr. Mas Ruki Maskuri SE MSI. Kemudian Humas Bupati Indonesia Tengah Dr. Insinyur Martinus Bambang Sugiarto, Humas ADPI Indonesia bagian barat Abu Wafa Muhammad Esrom Kom, dan Humas ADPI Indonesia bagian timur Dr. Abdul Ghafur Matbuki SPD MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma kita hormati Bapak Wakil Gubernur yang bergabung di sini, Pak Nasruddin, bersama dengan kita, dan yang berbahagia dosen PKM Indonesia atau ADPI. Beliau adalah guru besar di Universitas Negeri Padang, Ibu moderator, dan tentunya pengurus daripada ADPI yang hadir pada kesempatan hari ini. Ada bendahara sekalian, ada Ketua Dewan Pembina ya Pak Ridwan dari UPI, dan juga seluruh perangkat ataupun seluruh pimpinan daripada ADPI yang berbahagia, dan tentunya kami sapa seluruh peserta seminar yang berada di seluruh Indonesia dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Kami yakin itu karena dosen kita ini dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Jadi ini dan bisa beraktivitas seperti yang kita laksanakan pada pagi hari ini, the first seminar nasional webinar ini jadi sebuah amal baik bagi kita semua dan menjadi contoh bagi kawan-kawan lain dalam kondisi apapun kerja kita. Selamat dan salam Wasallam. Ya, tentu setelah kami ucapkan selamat, saya juga berterima kasih kepada pimpinan ADPI ataupun panitia dalam kami hadir di sini bersama-sama untuk acara yang kita pada hari ini, seminar berupa webinar ADPI mengabdi untuk negeri. Kami tentu sebagai pembina perguruan tinggi sangat bangga ini, apalagi ini adalah asosiasi dosen yang bergerak. Nah, saya melihat bahwa di ujung tombak dari perguruan tinggi ini, teman saya dalam mengelola perguruan tinggi swasta, kalau dosen itu bergerak, maka bergerak seluruhnya. Tapi kalau dosen tidak bergerak, apapun yang dikatakan oleh pimpinan, apapun dikatakan oleh yayasan, nah ya, tetap dia tidak akan bergerak. Jadi benar-benar dosen adalah orang-orang penggerak di perguruan tinggi, dan sekarang digerakkan untuk lebih fokus kepada pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Dan kalau kita lihat bahwa masing-masing kita ini memiliki passion tersendiri, jarang orang yang tiga-tiganya mantap. Maksud saya adalah dia hebat dalam pengajaran, dia tapi yang kita perhatikan tetap ada passion kita, ataupun majority ataupun kebanyakan aktivitas kita itu adalah bidang tertentu ataupun satu dari tridharma yang kita miliki. Dan memang kalau kita perhatikan secara statistik, kegiatan ataupun aktivitas dosen yang ada di pengabdian masyarakat ini relatif boleh dikatakan kalah dibandingkan dengan yang lain, dan ini tentu ada sebabnya. Barangkali ini sebuah apa juga bagi kita, bagi tugas kita terutama dari AKPI, bagaimana benar-benar meningkatkan kawan-kawan keaktifannya di bidang pengabdian masyarakat.
Iya, saya rasa ucapkan selamat dulu lah kalau memang ada asosiasi, apalagi ini asosiasi dosen ya, pengabdi se-Indonesia, karena sekarang ini kita sangat butuh di dalam rangka kami katakan di provinsi kan butuh tenaga-tenaga yang ahli yang membantu sertifikasi dalam daerah ini, dan juga kan kalau tenaga ahli dari ini kan orang yang punya pemikiran, yang punya berbagai macam ilmu disiplin itu yang dari seluruh provinsi itu tentu butuh itu. Dan kami ucapkan selamat, dan nanti jika seandainya yang akan bekerja sama, karena masalah kita juga dari sini kepala biro kerja sama, saya tahu mereka nanti bisa dilihat di sektor apa saja pengabdian.
Saja kami cirikan supaya Bapak Ibu nantinya dalam hal membeli jamu, dalam menggunakan herbal-herbal yang sekarang banyak di pasaran, itu bagaimana ciri-cirinya?
Pada pagi hari ini terkait dengan pengabdian yang saya kira ini adalah bagian yang tidak terpisahkan dari
ADPI Pusat, Provinsi, Dewan Pengarah, dan anggota asosiasi di Indonesia yang ada saat ini.
Kalau kita kaitkan dengan
First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the committee of this CSLI for inviting me as a speaker in this.
Communication processes are central to broader empowerment practices through which people are able to arrive at their own understanding of issues, consider
research and development, asosiasi dosen PKM Indonesia, all participants, activities,
Now we transport you to the country of 13,000 islands. That's the country of Indonesia. So you're going to hear a little different sound. And Henry, what part of Indonesia is this coming from?
This song is from Papua, which is the eastern part of Indonesia, which is really far, close to the Australia, or in the border of Papua New Guinea. There's some Indonesian here. Would you stand up? Hi. There's some Indonesian.
Newest technological solutions. As one of the countries with the highest number of unicorn startups in Southeast Asia, and one of them has reached a milestone as a decacorn, we are optimistic that Indonesia is becoming stronger and stronger every day. Our readiness to step into the future is also supported by our leading-edge broadband technology as a connectivity enabler around the archipelago, which will further encourage the opening of more opportunities and wider scope of possibilities. And finally, with adaptation and creativity, we address every emerging challenge. To pursue a better future, we create advanced technological inventions that will offer great promise to our world's protection. We are now ensuring the preservation of our home by minimizing carbon footprints and creating renewable energy. Our contribution to the world will have a massive impact on world sustainability. Come and collaborate with us, Indonesia.
Layang-layang selayang bangga Sambil tuntungkan tahu, dia mundur dan maju. Ayo mandai manasai, mandai manasai, mandai manasai. Pelenggang patah-patah, dan apa goyang pincang-pincang, dan apa bodi bocor-bocor. Tenang-tenang lobi dan anak koda dipenjajah jantung hati tuan ada di kampung baru. Caca marica hei hei, caca marica hei hei, caca marica ada di kampung baru. Caca marica hei hei, caca marica hei hei, caca marica ada di kampung baru. Ayo mama, cuma bawa mereka, dia cuma pegang mereka. Ayo mama, jangan marah beta. Orang muda punya biasa. Orang muda punya biasa. Orang muda punya biasa. Sebentarlah ke kiri, ke kiri, ke kiri, ke kiri dan ke kiri, ke kiri, ke kiri, ke kiri manis. Sekarang kanan, manis sebentarlah ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan dan ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan manis. Jojo, gimana oh bisa paparasan mula-mula gitu.
Belum.
Silakan.
Satu dua cek cek. Cek satu dua tes tes satu dua. Tes satu dua. Cek satu dua tes satu dua.
Tes, 1, 2, tes, tes.
Hello, good afternoon. Is my voice audible? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes, Miss Santiana, it's clear.
Yeah. Prof. And Calendar is already our Hi. All right. Attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the first International Conference on Research and Development with the themes Digital Society 5.0, Research Result Enhancement and Utilization. This international conference is held by the Association of Community Service Lecturers of Indonesia in collaboration with CRTE, Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka, Universitas Surya Kencana Cianjur, and Stepari Semarang. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's open this invited speaker session by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Now we continue our international conference to the invited speaker session. And I, as mentioned earlier, that we have two great invited speakers. The first is Professor Enkelada Druladj, PhD from University Haki Zeka, Peza, States of Kosovo. And the second, we have Dr. Dragan Zopanov from the Faculties of Agriculture Sciences and Food, Macedonia, Cyril and Methodius University, Skopje, Macedonia. And the same with the previous session. Before our invited speaker deliver the presentation, I'd like to inform the rule of this session. The first, the invited speaker will have a maximum of 30 minutes for the presentation. So please manage your time, Professor. And I will remind you if the time is mostly over. The second question and answer session will be done after all invited speakers delivered their presentation. Third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box or can directly deliver the question by raising your hand. And please mention to whom you would like to deliver your question. And I, as the moderator, will read the questions to be answered, or I will mention the audience who delivered the question directly. Fourth, every audience are pleased to deliver only one question and mute the microphone during the presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is also my pleasure to read the personal information of our first invited speaker today. All right, Professor Enkelada Druladj, PhD. She is a Doctor of Science in Finance and Accounting, and she works as a professor assistant at the Faculties of Management in Tourism, Hospitality and Environment, University Haki Zeka, Peza, States of Kosovo. She is the ambassador for financial evaluations and ambassador for Women Teach, as well as the ambassador for reach and innovation. She is the country directors of International Young Society and country directors of World Voice International. She is a member of the editorial boards of many magazines in different countries, such as the USA, Belgium, Georgia, Germany, Denmark, Ukraine, India. And she has a great experience in international conference as a supervisor, as a members of the scientific community, as a members of the editorial board, as a session chairs in university, institutes of various countries of the world, and then such as France, Switzerland, Australia, Turkey, United Kingdom, South Korea, India, and Italy. She is a reviewer in prestigious journals on Scopus and Web of Science, such as the United Kingdom of Switzerland, and she also has an excellent experience as a visiting professor to lectures on economics, finance, accounting, education, teaching, research, and many other topics relevant to economic development, financial stability, and quality enhancement in higher education at many universities. And she has completed many pieces of trainings and programs in the fields of economic, finance, accounting, or research, and also she is an excellent experience in many functions with the members of many kinds of university board. So there is so much information and I cannot read one by one. And I'm afraid because it will take a long of our time presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome Professor Enkeleda Lulaj, PhD. I'm so sorry, it should be a Professor Enkeleda. All right. Okay, you have 30 minutes for your presentations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, clearly, Professor.
Thank you so much. First of all, sorry for the delay because there is a lot of rain in my country, state of Kosovo, still raining, and the network is very poor. I'm so sorry. I apologize for the delay.
We do understand.
So, greetings to all of you. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm very honored and grateful to be here. Really, I'm very proud to be a part of this wonderful conference. Thank you so much for the invitation. So I am Enkeleda Lulaj from Kosovo. Have you heard about Kosovo? Kosovo is a new state located in Europe, Western Balkan countries, surrounded by many natural beauties. I work at the University Haji Zeka Faculty of Management in Tourism, Hospitality and Environment. I am professor for finance and accounting. Today, please, I will share my screen. Just a moment, please.
All right, Doctor.
Can you see my screen, please?
Really clear, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again so much. Today I will talk about financial stress, as I am a professor for finance and accounting. Financial stress to students during online learning in a pandemic times, COVID-19. I have a question about this topic. This question is, does financial stress affect students' performance during online learning? Yes or no, I will see in the next slide. Now, what is the great about this topic, financial stress during COVID-19? We have some general information about financial stress, a new point of view, the change basic attitude, learn a special skill. Primary goals in this presentation: context, a real case study, example, financial stress at my country, process, problem-based e-learning, example, COVID-19, and theory. We have some theory about financial stress, about education, online learning, money, etc. What next? In this slide, you can see introduction about this topic. Money and finance play a very important role in our lives, in our families, in our state, as well in our society. So online learning is a learning process which takes place through the internet as one of the forms of distance learning. This way of learning is being used in every country.
Excuse me, Vienna, can you mute your microphone?
Hi, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I'm so sorry to bother you, Professor. Vienna,
No
can
worry.
you mute it?
Okay, it's okay. So this way of learning is being used in every country around the world. Hi.
The committee, would you please help me to mute Vienna's mic?
Can I start, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. Introduction. In this slide, we can see money and finance play a very important role in our lives, in our family, in our society, as well as in our state. So this way of learning is being used in every country around the world as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, due to these circumstances caused by the pandemic, teaching and learning online has an important role for students, for staff, academic, for professors, or for universities. What next? So in this slide, we can see education, financial situation, e-learning. What education? Education brings a natural change in an individual's reasoning and ability to achieve the target goal. It facilitates us to investigate our own consideration and thoughts, and makes it ready to express it in various shapes. Education also means helping people to learn how to do things, in encouraging them to think about what they learn. What next? Education is one of the main components that brings growth and progress in a society. The more people in a society are educated, the more they can make a beneficial contribution to their environment. So we as a society all over the world are in era of lifelong learning, so we must be committed to the maximum to raise the quality of education. Since the teachers or professors and students are unique in nature, it is essential to find ways to communicate with each student individually. In this case, increased collaboration between teachers or professors and students affects the harmony between teaching and learning. The main attribute that affect the growth of cooperation are respect, satisfaction for work and learning, continue, reflection, and improvement. What next? Financial situation. So we have some quotes about financial situation, money, financial stability for households, economy, for state, financial situation. So don't tell me where your priorities are. Show me where you spend your money and I will tell you what they are. Poor spending habits lead to poverty. So if you buy things you do not need, soon you will have to sell things that you need. E-learning. Also, we have some quotes about e-learning. E-learning doesn't just happen. It requires careful planning and implementation. Teaching in the internet age means we must teach tomorrow's skills today. We don't care what people know, we care what they do. It's all about performance. Now, in this slide, we can see a figure, a relationship between four factors. The factor number one is coronavirus pandemic on the global economy world. Has a relationship with the factors number two, or financial stress. The factor number two, or financial stress, has a relationship with money, or factor number three. The factor number three has a relationship with factor number four, or households, and the impact on financial stability. What coronavirus pandemic on the global economy world? While countries or states are at different points in their COVID-19 infection rates worldwide, affected by school, by universities closures due to the pandemic. So the household sector has the power to influence the overall economy, in part because of its size and its significant exposure to the financial sector. It also plays an important role in monetary and financial stability, as the behavior of households with respective resources allocation, including their saving and spending decisions, affect market price. What financial stability? What financial stress in this case? Financial stress is emotional tensions that is specifically related to money. And anyone can experience financial stress, but financial stress may occur more often in households' economy with low incomes. Early estimated predicted that should the virus become a global pandemic, most major economies will lose at least 2.9% of the gross domestic product, or GDP, over 2020. Now, what next about this topic, financial stress during to students during COVID-19? In this slide, you can see the ADIE model. What is importance? What is the ADIE model? In this model are included four factors. analysis, design development, implementation, education. What is factor number one, or A? Analysis. Analyze, don't forget please, analyze your situation to understand the gaps you need to fill. DD, or design and development. What is? Based on your analysis, make informed decisions to design the best possible learning experiences. And development, bring your learning experiences to life by building your end product. The number 3, or E, is implementation. Distribute your learning and product to your audience. In the end, or education, evaluate if your learning and product is effective, make any necessary updates, and cycle back to the analysis phase. So what are the next steps? In this slide, we can see more about e-learning project and experiences as well. In this figure, you can see learning projects, set your goals and how you will measure progress, or define your audience, or decide on your content, or set up your data and infrastructure, choosing your strategy. What are responsible of this e-learning and projects and experiences? The focuses of much e-learning activity is upon the development of courses and their resources. Successful e-learning takes place within a complex system involving the students' experience of learning, professors or teachers' strategy, teachers or professors' planning and thinking, and the teaching and learning context. Staff development for e-learning focuses around the level of technological delivery strategies, when other issues such as the teacher's conception of the learning has a major influence on the planning of courses, development of teaching strategies, and what students learn. While e-learning offers promising opportunities, many professors, many deans, many leaders are challenged with how to initiate a strategy that gets results and is sustainable. The complexity involved with creating a successful strategy can be overwhelming, and there are relatively few practical results to have, as I told before. So one of the major considerations that arise when creating your strategy for e-learning is how all the pieces work together to support your organization, your college, your faculty, your university as well, and the goals of the learner. To achieve this, your strategy should create an unified learning environment that is connected and optimized for your organization. Example for your faculty. So we have, as I told before, we have some factors. Set your goals and how you will measure progress. What What is this? What is this importance about these factors? Your first step is creating an e-learning strategy, is to make goals so you and your team know what you are working towards. This means looking at why you are adopting e-learning and what you hope to accomplish by doing so. From there, you can identify clear goals and learning objectives that follow the reasons for using e-learning and inform every future decisions during that process. Often the goals are financial or not. You should also establish it a means for measuring your progress, what evidence is required for you to know that you are moving towards meeting your goals. Consider what signs or accomplishments will signify that you are moving forward. By establishing early on what your goals are and what the evidence of progress will look like, you will be able to gauge how well your plan is working as you work towards implementing e-learning for your association and make change to support success as needed. Define your audience. What is this? What is important about this factor? You have probably the term know your audience. It applies to many situations, including your strategy for e-learning. Many decisions made while you are planning and implementing e-learning courses will depend on who they are for. So it will be easier for you to make this decision when you have a clear definition of who your e-learning efforts you are meant to benefit in the end and what their needs are. Decide on your content. The needs of your audience will largely decide your content. What do they need to learn? What is the best way to teach the course material? What is the best web-based environment for them to learn in? What learning technologies will best meet their learning needs? What support can we provide them? Will social learning add to the experiences? Regarding about this question, content can be delivered via videos with interactive graphics design that keeps the learner motivated. Self-assessments can be used to provide learners a pause for reflection and an opportunity to apply their knowledge and test their understanding. In comparison, decisions can offer learners a chance to share their experience and ideas and encourage collaboration with real professionals who contribute. So there will be a lot of what questions about your content. Fortunately, for every question, there are e-learning design strategy that provide a solution as you explore the best way to deliver an effective learning environment for your members, for your university, for your students, etc. Set up your data and infrastructure. What is this important? Sorry. The how of setting up your data and infrastructure may be daunting at first, but that is where a great learning management system comes into play. Your new teaching and learning environment, LMS, will be an e-learning environment for members and an analytical tools for you. Also, it will provide the platform where you build and house your online courses and materials, and where students will access them. A good new teaching learning environment, LMS, is necessary for effectively doing everything required of an e-learning association. So it's important to find one with all the capabilities you need to provide learners with engaging learning features and track students' performance and activities. What fine-tuning your strategy, or factor number 5, with basic out of the way, it's time to look at the smaller details of your strategy and make a decision on how your e-learning courses should work for your students, your college. For instance, should courses be self-paced or guided? When you are in the nitty-gritty of what will make your online courses successful, please keep in mind everything you laid out in the first 4 steps to give is your self-guidance. Most importantly, always remember the initial goals you set for e-learning. Now, what next about this topic? In this slide, you can see the case study is my scientific paper published in Web of Science. It was emphasized in the introduction, context or purposes, and the main objective of this topic, financial stress during online learning to students. Of this is the correlation between the factors, financial stress and new teaching and learning environment to students in universities in my country or Kosovo State during the online learning. So, do these factors correlate with each other, and do they affect students' performance? Based on these issues, the findings from econometric models will provide recommendation for universities in the state of Kosovo and the universities around the world. So in this slide, you can see a relationship about online learning has a relationship with performance with relationship with students has a relationship with financial stress as well as has the relationship with households, economy, families, and the households has the relationship with COVID-19. As well as you can see 3 factors, 3 variables with this case study. The number 1 is financial impact on the new teaching and learning environment, MMN. The number 2 is financial impact and the problems related to lack of dedication to learning, PMPM. And the number 3 or factor, number 3 is stresses from COVID-19 related to financial and learning factors, or SCS. So for this study, data was collected from higher education institution, more specifically in Kosovo public universities. example, my university, Haji Zeka, University of Pristina, etc. The survey was completed with undergrad students, master, bachelor, and PhD students. What next? So in this slide, we can see the factors, results about factors number 1, or the financial impact on financial impact on the new teaching and learning environment, or MMN. In this table, you can see 6 variables. So the financial impact for students and their families for the reasons of COVID-19 in the new teaching and learning environment, or MMN, in order to meet the conditions to continue online learning have been increased. In this case, higher education is also facing various challenges in the process of transforming the new teaching and learning environment. The results about these factors or new teaching and learning environment. So the MMM4 variables has the most correlation with MM5 and MM6. If students adopt to online learning, there will be an increase and acquisition of learning skills and easier completion of difficult tasks. So the correlation in the highest percentage of 19% has the variables MM1 with MM3, which means that if students do not have concentration while online learning, their performance will decrease, or vice versa. So there is a correlation between financial stress and the new teaching and learning environment. What next? In this slide, as well as we can see the results about the factor number 2, or financial impact and problems related to lack of dedication to learning, or PMPM. During using the online platform, there are some elements which can be considered barriers to MMN, or new teaching and learning environment, for students, such as a delayed response by students. Professors are not always available to respond in students' time. Motivation diminished by students, feeling of isolation due to lack of presence of classmates, poor network, or outdated computer that can slow down the use of lecture materials. So these problems can be overcome with the help of professors or teachers who adapt their MMN, or new teaching and online learning strategies to the needs of students. Therefore, to achieve this, professors or teachers should have knowledge and experiences in MMN environment during COVID-19 pandemic. So in this table, we have 6 variables. The variables PMPM number 1 has a positive relationship or correlation with the variables 2 to increase the new teaching and learning factors. Students should avoid problems from isolation so that there are no study problems. The variables PMPM number 2 has a positive relationship with 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7. factors. In order to increase the new teaching and learning factors, students need to improve their study problems because they are related to employment, personal finance, etc. The variables PMPM number 3 has a positive relationship with variables 2 until 7 in order to increase the new teaching and learning environment factors. Students need to improve all problems. So the PMPM number 4 has the positive relationship with variables 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 to the new teaching and learning environment factors. Students' financial problems need to be improved because they related to study, employment, career, family relationship, and others. So the correlation in the highest percentage of 80% has the variables PMPM number 4 with PMPM number 3, which means that if students have problems with personal finances and stress, their performance will decrease or vice versa, because indirectly the stress and funding factors affect students' performance. What next? So in this slide, we can see the results about the factor number 3, or stresses from COVID-19 related to financial and learning factors, SES. Tuition fees are quite difficult to pay by students in good times, let alone on difficult days, like in the case of pandemic. So distances save lives, but there is economic pain because many businesses are going bankrupt and laying off workers, employed students, and their families who pay for them. And this has challenged and aggravated both financial and educational stresses for students, even for those who can pay the bills. Their gloomy job prospect after graduation create anxiety, while many students carry large students loan debt. But it is essential to state that not all students have the necessary condition for online learning through technology. So students are living very different educational experiences during the pandemic-19. In this table, we have 5 variables. So the SES number 1 variables has a positive relationship with the variables 2 and 5, but that has a very high correlation with SES 5 at 86%. Student stress is related to work and career. The variables number 2, or SES number 2, has a positive relationship with variables 1, 3, 4, 5. But the highest relationship has with the SES number 1 in the value of 83%. So student stress is related to payments. The SES number 3 has a positive relationship or correlation with the variables 1, 2, 4, 5, but the highest correlation has with SES number 1 variables in value of 75%. students' stress of assignments, exams, and research is related to payments. So the SES number 4 has a positive relationship or correlation with the variables 1, 2, 3, 5, but the highest correlation has with SES number 5 in the value of 74%. Student stress related to social isolation. The SES5 variable has a positive relationship with variables 1, 2, 3, 4, but the highest correlation has with SES number 1 in value for 86%. Students' stress for payment is related to work and career. Therefore, all variables 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 emphasize that stress affects both factors, financial stress and new teaching and learning environment. So in this slide, we can see some as a general recommendation about this topic.
Professor, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Your time is 2 minutes left.
Oh, okay, it's finished.
Okay, thank you.
In this slide, you can see as general recommendation about this topic, financial stress during online learning. The number 1 as a recommendation is there should be concentration during online learning for students. The number 2 as a recommendation, condition must be created for new teaching and learning environment. The number 3, there should be good communication with family members, with colleagues, with friends, with professors, administrative staff, etc. 4 is stress factor should be removed. There must be financial condition in the end. Or number 5 as a recommendation, there should be information from professors on how exams and tests will be conducted. There should be a study commitment for students by professors. So thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for the valuable and great information and also presentation, Professor. And the audience, please give her applause. All right, I would like to say thank you again to Professor Enkeli Dalulai, PhD, for your great insight. And it is really very fruitful information. And now, we would like to deliver our great appreciation to you as our invited speaker at the first International Conference on Research and Development 2021. The committee, please.
Thank you so much.
And once again, for the appreciation, would you please sharing again? All right, here's your certificates of honorary award, dear Professor. Thank you very much, the committee. So, ladies and gentlemen, due to one and another reason, so the second invited speaker, Dr. Dragan Jovanov, will be postponed until tomorrow at 2:45 p.m. So we moving to the next session, which is the question and answer session. Now we would like to deliver our step, invite any kinds of question from the audience. And I will read the question from the chat box if there are any here. Okay, right, I have already found one. Okay, the question from Pak Abdul Ghafur Marzuki. Would you deliver by yourself or I would try read for you?
Okay, please just read.
All right, thank you. All right, to Professor Rulai. The first, using e-learning or LMS in and post-pandemic is a must. The problems comes then where not all institutions can operate it besides unstable internet connection in rural areas. Do you have any solution for this? And then the second one is, the technology is not cheap during the pandemic. We need technology, so otherwise we have financial stress at the same time. In this case, what is your idea dealing with this case?
Thank you so much for the great question. So in my opinion, in my country, using e-learning or LMS, today also I have problem with network poor. With maybe state, we have created some good question for students about e-learning in any time for lecture or courses as well. And technology is not cheap. What is your idea dealing with this case? Regarding about my scientific papers with my students, some students have some financial stress at families because we are at transition countries, and we some families all very poor stabilization situation, and also in this case the students have some stress about e-learning, because in this case the performance will decrease regarding the financial situation in their families. This is my opinion about my country.
All right. Pak Gafur, how about that answer?
So on this.
All right. Now I will also invite another question if another audience wants to deliver a question. Would you please, you can raise your hand, and then or you can type your question in the chat box. I will check the slide first. Okay, that's no one who raising their hands here. All right, and then I found another question here from Ibu Ana Susanti. Do you want to deliver by yourself, or I should read it for you?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, dear Ana Susanti. Sorry for the mistake in pronounce. Thank you for the question. How many % of your students have a good technology? My students in city of Peja, they have a good technology, but the students, they live in the village, not at all with have a good technology, because very poor network in the village, as well as maybe some member of families, and the condition of learning is much difficult times example in 1919 as well, because in this case now we have learning in the class, and the last years we have online learning from my house and as well as my students. So students in the cities, we have the good technology, and the village is the poor technology. Maybe 40%, maybe.
All right. How about that, Ibu Anna? Okay, that's very good answer, professors. And I think the time is mostly over for the question and answer sessions. And I didn't see anything else. Okay, so again, thank you very much. And then, Professor, would you please turn on your camera so we can see your beautiful face here?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Camera, I'm so sorry. My camera is stopped. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we can see the beautiful face of Professor Ankele Dalulight. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, we have come to the ends of the sessions of the invited speakers today, and I would highlight from the professor presentation is related to the ADDIE models. It's really a great professor. You stated related to the analysis, design, development, implementation, and education model. And then you also state related to some kinds of activities in LMS, and also combining in e-learning. So they can join your class with the technology. And then, ladies and gentlemen, now from the first to the last program, we have done it very fluently. I would like to say thank you very much to the Honorable PICs of the Directors General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, of Republic of Indonesia, Professor Insinyur Nizam, MSc, PIC, PhD, IPOS, and the Honorable Presidents of Associations of Community Service Lecturers of Indonesia, and also the chairs of committees of the first International Conference on Research and Development 2021, Professor Dr. M. Zain M. Hu, the Honorable Chiefs of Coordinator Programs of the Associations of Community Service Lecturers of Indonesia, Yosa Novia Dewi, SPD, MPD, the Honorable Vice Chairs of Committee of the first International Conference on Research and Development 2021, Dr. Abdul Ghafur Marzuki, MPD, the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Professor Noel Scott, PhD from University of Sunshine Coast, Australia, our invited speaker, Professor Ankele Dalulight, PhD from University Haji Zeka Veza, States of Kosovo, Dr. Dragan Zapana from the Faculties of Agricultural Sciences and Food, Macedonia, Cyrils and Methodius University, Skopje, Macedonia, Dr. Saharuddin Muhammad Sam, PhD from University Putra Malaysia, Malaysia, and Dr. Insinyur Suciana Wijirahayu, MPD from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka, Indonesia, and also the committees, DPI members, parallel presentation, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And we also would like to express our gratitude and best appreciation to our partners in this international conference. The first is CTE, the second is Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka, the third is Universitas Surya Kencana Cianjur, The fourth is Stipari Semarang. And ladies and gentlemen, from the deepest of my heart, I'm Eva Santiana from Siliwangi University as your moderator today. Would like to express my apology for the inconvenience during the whole session. And on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you all for making time to join us here today. And for your information, that tomorrow we still have 2,000 invited speakers, and mostly three, with Dr. Dragram. Dr. Saharuddin Muhammad Sam, PhD from University Putra Malaysia, and then Dr. Insinyur Suciana Wijirahayu MPD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka Indonesia, and also Dr. Dragan Jovanov. And please don't forget to join the closing ceremony because we will announce the best paper presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the end of the first days of the first International Conference on Research and Development 2021. This conference will be continued tomorrow on the 28th November 2021 in a Zoom meeting and also live streaming on YouTube. And we will open the Zoom meeting at 8:30 a.m. and start the conference at 9 a.m. All right, I think it's time for me to say goodbye. And as a moderator, would like to say thank you very much for your kind attention. I wish you all a pleasant day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. God bless you, your family, and your countries. Thank you so much.
All right. Professor Willard, would you please, before we leave the Zoom meeting, we will take that photo session.
Okay.
All right, I will count.
It's my camera turn on now, or yes or no?
Yes, yes. But then during your presentation, your
I'm so sorry. I don't know why it stopped it.
All right, it's okay. All right, 1, 2, 3. Give your best smile. All right, again. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you very much for your time.
Please send me these photos.
Okay, I will.
Okay,
feel free every time to contact me in my email. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It's my great pleasure. Thank you so much.
With my pleasure, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. See you tomorrow.
See you.
Bye for now.
Yeah.